Chapter 637. Ha 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 ha. Have the two of you really become muddle-headed from fear? Do you think that this is the territory of your Union Pavilion? Even if you die here, no one will know that you were killed by us three brothers. Three black-robed human figures stood within the spacious stone room. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the two embroidered-robed old men. The person who spoke at this moment was one of the three, an old man with a shady face. When the strange laughter from this old man's mouth sounded, the other two old men on the two sides also emitted a wave of strange, dark, cold laughter. Humph! Although the old man's words were a little arrogant, it also caused the expressions of the two old men who were surrounded by white to become increasingly solemn. Although the old man's words were not pleasant to the ears, this was the truth. If the two of them really died here, it was impossible for these three people to link this matter to the three of them even if they left. After all, the desolate ancient remains was a place that was filled with various kinds of danger. Even though they were quite strong, it was normal for them to die in this place. Moreover, there were countless strong people in the desolate ancient remains. The Union Pavilion could not possibly search for them one by one. Even if they were suspicious, the first target of suspicion would definitely be the people from the four large clans. With this shield, they did not have any worries. Haha, second brother, third brother, quickly attack. Don't give them any chance to catch their breath. After the battle earlier, I think that they have suffered quite a serious injury. Now it is time to end them. The old man leading the group let out a strange laughter. Immediately, his skinny body suddenly shook. He waved his hands and powerful Do Chi swiftly agglomerated at the tip of his 5 fingers. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 5 sharp thorns. His body moved, and the other two old men on the two sides also moved at the same time. They angrily charged toward the two embroidered-robed old men. However, at this moment, an icy voice that was filled with a cold laughter was suddenly transmitted from within the stone room. Ha ha, 3 against 2, yet you still dare to take advantage of the situation. All of your training has really been wasted. Who is it? Get the hell out here. In an instant, the 3 old men suddenly stopped in their tracks. At the same time, 3 pairs of eyes instantly turned. The old man in the lead suddenly waved his hand as he shouted angrily. 5 sharp strength chi immediately tore apart the space in front of him and fiercely smashed into the space behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, a formation lit up on the stone wall and blocked the old man's attack. Hee, are you looking for me? At this moment, that faint cold laughter was once again transmitted over. Soon after, the gazes of the 5 people in the square turned over at the same time. Immediately, the expressions in their eyes changed. They saw a black-robed human figure standing strangely in front of the 2 elders from the hidden cloud pavilion. However, in the face of such a strange scene, not to mention the 3 old men with their backs facing the black-robed man, even the 2 old men in embroidered robes standing behind them instantly had a look of shock in their eyes. Even they did not realize when the black-robed man in front of them had appeared in front of them. What a terrifying speed! The 2 old men couldn't help but look at each other. Even with their strength, they didn't realize when the black-robed man in front of them had appeared in front of them. At the same time, this shocking thought suddenly rose in the hearts of the 3 black-robed old men. Humph! I wonder who you are. We don't seem to have seen you before. I also hope that you won't meddle in other people's business and cause trouble for yourself. It wasn't until a long while later that the black-robed old man in the lead took a deep breath and signaled for the other 2 old men to retreat. At the same time, he cupped his hands towards the black-robed man in front of him and said in a low voice, "Cuckoo?" The black-robed man laughed when he heard this. The old man in the lead narrowed his dark old eyes. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. "I don't know all of you. Then why are you?" The voice of the old man in the lead was still low and deep. At the same time, the Do Chi in his body quietly circulated. Do Chi quietly gathered in his hand, which was behind him and covered by his sleeve. "Although I don't know all of you, not just anyone can touch them." Under the black robe, the expression on Xiao Yan's face became increasingly cold. With his spiritual strength, how could he not sense the little action of the old man in front of him? Immediately, a cold glint shot out from deep within the pair of dark black eyes that were covered by the black plate. Are you certain that you want to intervene in this matter? The voice of the old man in the lead became increasingly deep and icy. At the same time, the dense expression in his old eyes became even denser. Just as Xiao Yan and the two parties were about to attack, the two old men behind Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. Sir, the two of us thank you for helping us without regard for your own safety. However, these three fellows are not weak. The two of us are also quite injured. It is impossible for us to deal with them. Once the two of us lose the ability to fight, you will have to face the three of them alone. Cuckoo. There is no need to worry. You only need to tell me where the Yunin Pavilion is located. Hearing this, the two old men were slightly startled. Soon after, they understood the reason why the black-robed man in front of them was helping them. The two of them immediately looked at each other. The joy in their eyes could not be any greater. Sir, the two of us are elders of the Yen City Yunin Pavilion branch. Respectfully cupping their hands towards the black-robed man, the two old men honestly reported the location of the Yunin Pavilion. When they heard Xiao Yan say something that only someone from the Yunin Pavilion would say, the two old men immediately thought that the black-robed man in front of them was an important person from the Yunin Pavilion. Oh, Yen City. Xiao Yan softly muttered. Back then, he did not pay much attention to Yen City. Hence, he did not realize that there was actually a Yunin Pavilion branch in Yen City. All right, I understand. Xiao Yan immediately nodded gently to the two old men in front of him. The expressions on the faces of the two old men were filled with joy when they saw this. It seemed that the guess in their hearts was indeed correct. Humph, you actually dare to talk to us three brothers without fear. Die! Suddenly, the old man who was the leader of the three people in front of Xiao Yan suddenly attacked. He was like an attacking poisonous snake as he swiftly pounced toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, the other two black-robed old men also suddenly moved. The three figures simultaneously rushed towards Xiao Yan and the other two in the middle. The old man in the lead, in particular, had secretly prepared himself, causing the power of his sudden attack to appear even more terrifying. From the looks of it, he seemed to intend to use this attack to directly take Xiao Yan's life. Humph, what, are you the only one who is prepared? Don't tell me that I'm not prepared. The two of you delay them. Let me deal with this fellow. However, in the face of the sudden attack from the old man in the lead, Xiao Yan coldly snorted. The instant he lifted his gaze, the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. His hand rotated and suddenly clenched tightly. Soon after, he viciously punched towards the black-robed old man in front of him. HTTPS. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 638. Bang! Soon after, an earth-shaking bang was suddenly emitted. A frightening Do-Chi remnant wave abruptly swept apart within the stone room. The powerful strength caused the entire stone room to suddenly shake at this moment. A formation with a golden glow lingering over it appeared on the wall and completely blocked the Do-Chi remnant wave. Xiao Yan and the black-robed old man each pulled back after the attack landed. The other two black-robed old men were blocked by the two elders from the Yunin Pavilion. Although they were currently injured, it was not difficult for them to delay the other two. The strength of each of them was about the same. It was just that the black-robed person was able to suppress the two of them by relying on numbers. However, since it was a one-on-one, they would naturally not be afraid. At the same time, on the other side, Bandi? Soon after, the black-robed old man took a couple of steps back and steadily stood on the ground. His nose involuntarily emitted a surprised sound. After the collision earlier, he clearly sensed that the strength of this black-robed person in front of him had clearly yet to reach the Do-D class. However, the thing that caused him to be surprised was that his palm had actually been forcefully blocked by this person. That's right. At this moment, other than Xiao Yan, the remaining 5 people in the arena, regardless of whether it was the 3 black-robed old men or the 2 elders from the Yunin Pavilion, had all reached the 1-star Do-D class. Although they were only 1-star Do-D, They were similarly powerful existences that could not be matched in the eyes of an ordinary bandit. However, at this moment, the thing that caused this old man to feel surprised was that the aura that this fellow in front of him emitted was clearly not comparable to a Dodi. However, why was it that the person in front of him was actually able to fight evenly with him in that exchange earlier? How is this possible? You are only a bandit. The old man's eyes were filled with surprise as he stared at Xiao Yan. It was really difficult to imagine that a bandit would actually be able to force him, a Dodi, back. Logically speaking, even if the strength of the person in front of him had reached the peak of the advanced 9-star bandit class, it was impossible for him to be a match for him, a dignified elite Dodi, even if he had not broken through. However, the current situation, this kind of thing was really too unbelievable. Why? Do you look down on a bandit class expert? Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he saw the expression of disbelief on the other party's face. He rubbed his somewhat numb right hand and his body immediately shook. The aura that belonged to a 6-star bandit was immediately emitted from Xiao Yan's body. The moment this force was emitted, the expressions on the faces of the 5 people in the arena, including the 4 people who were fighting behind Xiao Yan, instantly became dull. This 6-star bandit. This guy is actually a bandit. Immediately after, words filled with disbelief were suddenly spat out from the mouths of the 4 people behind Xiao Yan. This was especially true for the 2 old men from the Yunin Pavilion. When they saw that Xiao Yan possessed the strength of a 6-star bandit class expert, a fury that seemed to want to devour someone emerged from their old eyes. His strength was clearly only that of a 6-star bandit class expert. Yet, he still insisted on boasting, saying that with him here, these people would not be able to touch them. This guy. Could it be that there is something wrong with his head? The 2 old men silently glanced at each other. Despair involuntarily appeared in the depths of their eyes. This black-robed man was likely here to make them laugh. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, the 2 black-robed old men involuntarily emitted a loud laughter from their mouths. Indeed, the scene in front of them really caused their hearts to feel incomparably funny. However, before they could catch their breath from laughing, the black-robed old man standing in front of Xiao Yan suddenly knit his brows and furiously reprimanded the 2 black-robed old men. Don't be so arrogant. What are you laughing at? Quickly finish off these 2 fellows for me. Leave this brat to me to deal with. After being reprimanded, the 2 old men hurriedly withdrew their thoughts of joking. Their gazes turned and the expression in their eyes suddenly became stern. Their bodies moved and once again collided with the 2 old men. This time around, the hope in their hearts had been obliterated. The fighting strength of the 2 old men had also been imperceptibly affected. However, they immediately fell into a disadvantage the moment they collided. In the end, their defeat was only a matter of time. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, compared to the thoughts in the hearts of the 4 old men, the expression in the eyes of the black-robed old man was not much more relaxed because of this. After all, he had personally sensed the strength of the person before him. He believed that the true strength of the person before him, who was completely wrapped in a black robe, was likely far greater than this. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the attack from earlier to force him back. Trying to act mysterious. Since you wish to fight, this D shall let you experience the strength of an elite Do-D. A stern cry was emitted from his mouth. Soon after, the old man's body suddenly shook. An even more powerful force and pressure suddenly swept out from within his body at this moment, suppressing Xiao Yan from all directions. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's nose in the face of this. His hands under his sleeves were abruptly clenched into fists. Immediately, his feet abruptly took a step forward the moment the aura and pressure came attacking. Flame Domain. When the domain was activated, a hot flame immediately spread out from under Xiao Yan's feet. The temperature of the entire stone room also swiftly rose at an unusual speed. At the same time, powerful Do-Chi also swarmed out from Xiao Yan's body, forcefully breaking apart the force and pressure that was coming at him. Soon after, Xiao Yan took a few steps forward. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the old man. He waved his hand and a fist violently smashed toward the old man's face. "Damn it! You should be faster," the old man quietly said in his heart. He did not dare to be careless on the surface. Just from this aura alone, the strength of the other party was already not as simple as a bandit. It was likely that the strength of a 6-star bandit was merely what it appeared to be on the surface. The old man suddenly waved his large hand the instant Xiao Yan's punch was thrown. He also threw a punch at Xiao Yan. Soon after, the two violently collided in the next instant. Bang! After his attack failed, Xiao Yan hurriedly withdrew his numb right arm at the same time as he turned around. He once again threw a punch with his left fist. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already collided nearly 100 times. Finally, the two of them once again separated after an intense collision. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily became a little pale. He was indeed inferior to an elite Dodi in terms of pure strength. It was still too difficult for him to rely on his own strength to defeat an elite Dodi. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body shook. The numbness on his arms was instantly removed. At the same time, his feet moved and he once again rushed toward the black-robed old man in front of him. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan saw from the corner of his eyes that one of the two Yunin Pavilion elders behind him was finally unable to endure any longer. He was forced back by a palm of the black-robed old man, revealing an opening. At this moment, the black-robed old man took the opportunity to kill that elder with one strike. As for the other elder, his situation was not too bad. However, his intention to save someone was stopped by the other black-robed old man. This caused him to be like an ant on a hot pan, unable to move even if he wanted to save someone. Damn it! Stop right there. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became furious when he saw this scene. The eyebrows on his face under the black robe were tightly knit. At the same time that a stern cry was emitted from his mouth, his body moved and shot toward the black-robed old man, who was about to attack without any hesitation. At this moment, the black-robed old man behind Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His body moved and he charged toward Xiao Yan, intending to stop Xiao Yan's attempt to save someone. Your opponent is me. If you want to save someone, you have to see if this D agrees or not. The old man let out a stern laugh. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind Xiao Yan. He extended his large hand and viciously grabbed at Xiao Yan's ankle. Bastard! Get out of my way! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan was instantly enraged. On the other hand, the black-robed old man had already arrived in front of the Yunin Pavilion elder who had been blasted back. He raised his large hand and was about to ruthlessly slap down on the old man's face. At this critical moment, Xiao Yan finally waved his large hand. The storage ring on his finger instantly flickered. In the next instant, a black light ruthlessly bombarded the chest of the old man behind Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body took the opportunity to instantly flash. As he executed the sky extinction steps, the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body was pushed to the limit. With a wave of his large hand, purple-gold dragon scales instantly covered his body. In the next instant, he had already appeared in front of the Yunin Pavilion elder. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression was fierce. He tightly clenched his right fist and suddenly punched out. The instant the black-robed old man's palm landed, Xiao Yan's fist was already like a piece of steel and ruthlessly smashed into the old man's chest. 8. Extreme. Bang. Bang. The moment the furious roar sounded from the bottom of his heart, the black-robed old man in front of Xiao Yan, as well as the old man who was the leader of the three, were all ruthlessly sent flying. Chapter 639. Bang! Following an intense explosion, Xiao Yan's footsteps were swiftly pushed back within the stone room. Each step he took would leave a shallow footprint on the ground. This was the result after the formation had dispersed the force. One could imagine just how strong the force of the collision was. After stabilizing his body, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeves and dispersed the force from his body. Behind him, the elder from the Yunin Pavilion also recovered. He looked at Xiao Yan with blood on the corner of his mouth. A shocked expression involuntarily surged into his turbid old eyes. He had never expected that the 6-star half-D in front of him would actually be able to block an attack from a Do-D. Moreover, from the looks of it, he did not seem to be seriously injured. Immediately, this elder from the Union Pavilion could not help but feel shocked by Xiao Yan in front of him. At the same time, he also felt ashamed of the negative thoughts he had in his heart earlier. As for the current Xiao Yan, after stabilizing his body, the pair of eyes under the black robe immediately lifted. His expression was stern as he looked at the black-robed old man who had been forced back. The hand under his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. Although he had acted in an emergency and resolved the crisis of the old man behind him, the palm from earlier had caused Xiao Yan to suffer quite a bit of hidden damage. Even at this moment, the blood in his body was still churning unceasingly. On the other side, the black-robed old man, who had been forced back by the black light, was in an even worse condition than Xiao Yan at this moment. Not only was there bright red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, but even the expression on his old face appeared incomparably dark and solemn. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to kill this strange black-robed person. However, who would have thought that Xiao Yan would actually take out such a frightening killing weapon at such a critical moment? Under that kind of distance, this old man did not even have the slightest opportunity to dodge. He was completely struck by the black light from the front. The direct result was that a couple of the ribs in front of the old man's chest were instantly broken. The thing that caused him to be furious in his heart was that even the Do-Chi within his body was scattered the instant the black light attacked. This caused him to be unable to retaliate for an instant after the black light struck him. He could only be forced back with a heart filled with anger. The black-robed old man lifted his dark old eyes. His face was filled with resentment as he stared at the strong human figure in front of him that was emitting a purple-gold glow. Only when he saw it clearly did the expression on his old face change once again. His eyes suddenly shrunk and a feeling of disbelief rose in his heart. Puppet! How is this possible? The strong human figure in front of him was actually a puppet that did not have any aura. When the old man's shocked voice was emitted, everyone present, with the exception of Xiao Yan, involuntarily turned their gazes toward the old man. Soon after, their gazes uniformly landed on the Northern King. Immediately, the expression in everyone's eyes became one of shock. Clearly, they had also discovered that the human figure in front of them was actually a puppet that did not have any aura. Northern King, do it! Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of the Union Pavilion's elder, emitted a thunder-like command from under his black robe. Soon after, the Northern King, who had lowered his head slightly, instantly lifted his cold face. At the same time, his feet violently stomped on the ground. A frightening strength instantly poured out. With just one strike, the formation under his feet was forcefully shattered. At the same time, the Northern King's body was like an arrow that instantly disappeared from the spot. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of the black-robed old man. His fist was waved angrily. It carried a shocking aura as it violently smashed toward the old man in front of him. The old man's heart was greatly alarmed in the face of this sudden attack from the Northern King. Only then did he understand that the puppet in front of him actually possessed a frightening strength that was comparable to an elite Do-Di. His heart suddenly tightened. A whistling wind had already pounced toward him, causing his breathing to involuntarily become sluggish. Humph! So what if your strength is comparable to a Do-Di? Puppet is ultimately a puppet. Withdraw. The old man, who had recovered, immediately let out a furious cry. His body suddenly twisted in midair as he pulled back. His leg violently kicked at the Northern King. The fist and leg collided. The surrounding space immediately collapsed due to the force. The Northern King and the old man's bodies were also pulled back. The Northern King's body shook. His body, which had just taken a step back, was forcefully halted. Immediately, he leaped forward and once again charged toward the old man, who was swiftly retreating. Humph, so you are merely a quasi-Do-Di. Get lost. A ferocious smile was emitted from the old man's mouth after sensing the Northern King's true strength. His retreating body suddenly paused. Soon after, he violently threw a palm forward. It landed on the chest of the Northern King, who was charging toward him. Bang! Surging do qi immediately poured out from the old man's palm after this attack landed. The powerful strength instantly caused the Northern King's chest to cave in. The black-robed old man involuntarily let out a strange laugh when he saw this scene. His other hand quickly followed, and another palm violently landed on the Northern King's chest. Do qi poured out, and the Northern King's chest completely caved in an instant. This scene could really be described as the front of the Northern King's chest being pressed against the back. At the same time, the Northern King's fist also smashed into the chest of the black-robed old man. Bang! The black-robed old man instantly felt pain. Both of them involuntarily flew back. Their old faces paled. The muscles on their faces were distorted and fresh blood involuntarily seeped out from their mouths. Even though this was the case, the old man's face still had a smile on it. This puppet was already so weak after just one exchange. The quasi-do D-class was nothing in his eyes. A strange laugh was involuntarily emitted from the old man's mouth. However, the smile on his face suddenly stiffened when he raised his eyes in the next moment. Soon after, the disdain in his eyes swiftly disappeared. What replaced it was a shock that came from deep within his heart. How is this possible? It was a long while later that the old man's stunned body finally relaxed. The muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. His lips trembled as he softly muttered in his mouth. One could see that the Northern King's chest, which had originally caved in, was emitting numerous black thunderbolts at this moment. The wild and violent energy that was emitted from them swiftly healed the Northern King's caved-in chest in the blink of an eye. Moreover, under the careful observation of this old man, not only did the Northern King's chest completely recover, but the purple-gold color on the surface of its body had also become purer for some unknown reason. However, before the black-robed old man could open his mouth, the Northern King, who was a short distance in front of him, suddenly moved. Immediately, it was like a cannonball that had been fired. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the old man. Its metal fist danced violently in an unstoppable manner. It violently tore through the empty air and emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom. The wind stirred as a fist once again smashed furiously toward the old man's head. Chapter 640. Bang, 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 bang. A series of bangs reverberated through the stone chamber. The battle between the Northern King and the old man became more and more intense. However, at the same time, the expressions of the other two black-robed old men became increasingly gloomy and grave. This was because after the repeated collisions between the old man and the Northern King, all the injuries that the Northern King had suffered were swiftly healed by the dark black lightning. On the other hand, the black-robed old man was made of flesh and blood. The exhaustion of his do qi, the frightening recovery ability of the Northern King, and this puppet body made him an undefeatable war god. Even though the black-robed old man was stronger than the Northern King, he was ultimately no match for the Northern King after such a long period of exhaustion. If this continued, it was likely that he would be completely defeated by the Northern King's hands. At that moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in the old man's heart. After another fierce collision with the Northern King, both of them retreated dozens of steps. Seeing that the sunken part of the Northern King's body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, the old man felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. Using the time he took to catch his breath, he quickly looked at the other two black-robed old men and immediately shouted, "Let's go!" He immediately shouted, "Second, third, what are you waiting for? Quickly attack and end this battle quickly. Finish off that fellow as soon as possible. Damn it, it is easy for you to say. Why don't you come if you have the ability?" The two old men could not help but curse furiously in their hearts when they heard these words. Originally, with their strength, they should have been able to easily finish off two experts of the same level, especially when they were already injured and their strength had been greatly reduced. However, perhaps it was because the strength that the black-robed person had displayed earlier had given them a great boost in morale. In an instant, the combined attacks of the two of them were completely blocked by them. Moreover, This mysterious black-robed person was eyeing them with hostility by the side. Each time the two of them launched a fatal attack, they would be forcefully blocked by him. This caused the two of them to be unable to truly unleash their strength. Helpless, they could only restrain each other, and were unable to find a way to completely finish them off. At this moment, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile after seeing that the Northern King's side was correct. From the battle results of the Northern King, the current Northern King was able to rely on the recovery ability of the Thunderbolt to fight an ordinary elite Dodi without being at a disadvantage. Once enough time passed, it would be able to rely on the advantage of its puppet to defeat the other party. Moreover, this was merely the current quasi-Dodi class Northern King. Once his strength truly reached the Dodi class, it was likely that he would be able to fight against a middle-level 1-star Dodi with just the strength of an initial 1-star Dodi. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a fiery passion in his heart. The North King's strength also represented his strength. In this way, when he faced the 4 major sects in the future, he might even have the strength to make the 4 major sects take him seriously. Phew! Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath when he thought of this. He smiled in his heart. Now that the Northern King had become a Dodi, he had to settle the score with the 4 large sections. The future was long. The 4 large sects would definitely pay the price for the matter back then. Swoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Yan's eyes under the black robe were lifted. At the same time, he waved his large hand and a dark black heavy ruler appeared in his hand. Since he had already chosen to fight, he was naturally not afraid of being recognized by the other party. Moreover, Xiao Yan did not think that he would be able to hide for long during this trip to the desolate ancient remains. Since his identity would be exposed sooner or later, what difference would it make if he revealed it sooner or later? The moment the heavy ruler appeared in Xiao Yan's hand, the 2 black-robed old men immediately turned their eyes over. Currently, they did not dare to treat Xiao Yan as an ordinary bandit. After all, they had never seen a bandit who could force back an elite Dodi in one strike. However, when they saw the enormous black ruler in Xiao Yan's hand at this moment, the expressions in their eyes changed drastically. A person immediately appeared in their minds. That person was currently renowned throughout the entire western region. Xiao Yan. You are Xiao Yan. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Xiao Yan in front of them. The do-chi within their bodies became sluggish at this moment. Their mouths trembled and the words that were spat out from their mouths appeared unclear. They could not be blamed for feeling fear in their hearts. After all, Xiao Yan was not only the person with the greatest reputation in recent times, but his battle results could also be considered legendary. The 3 of them naturally had some understanding of the big battle in Coldstream City 3 months ago. Although it was not as miraculous as described by ordinary people, they also knew that Xiao Yan in front of them had truly slapped Sun Shua's face. Just think about it. Xiao Yan was able to slap Sun Shua's face in front of everyone in Coldstream City and emerge unscathed. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to deal with them now? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted slightly under the black robe when he heard the words from the 2 old men's mouths. He immediately laughed coldly. Congratulations, you have guessed correctly. However, the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. The cold laughter had just been emitted from his mouth when the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was suddenly raised above his head before his voice sounded. Immediately, the 2 hands that were holding the huge ruler suddenly exerted force. The do-chi within his body was wildly poured into the heavy ruler. In an instant, the flame on the heavy ruler soared wildly. The temperature of the entire stone room also became incomparably hot in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the heavy ruler was violently swung out. A shocking ruler glow basically filled most of the stone room. The horror on the faces of the 2 black-robed old men became even denser the instant they saw this startling ruler glow. However, they were at the very least elite Dodi. Their mental fortitude was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Immediately, the expressions on their faces swiftly became calm after a short moment. Third brother, let's attack together. I don't believe that he is as miraculous as the rumors say. One of the 2 old men let out a stern cry. Immediately, The body under the black robe suddenly shook. The Do Chi in his body instantly surged out, transforming into a Do Chi light pillar that shot to the sky and violently smashed into the ceiling of the stone room. Buzz buzz. The enormous force poured down and the entire stone room trembled slightly at this moment. At the same time, the body of the other black-robed old man also shook the instant the words from the former's mouth sounded. The same scene appeared once again. High human-level Do technique. Tearing windbreak. High human-level Do technique. Raging sea waves. HTTPS. Genius remembers home address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 641. Human class high-level Do technique. Tearing windbreak. Raging sea waves. Within the large stone room, the mouths of the two black-robed old men emitted an earth-shaking cry at the same time. At the same time, powerful Do Chi energy swiftly agglomerated in the air above the two of them. In the blink of an eye, a flying eagle that was transformed from green-colored Do Chi and a substance-like wave were agglomerated and formed. The powerful aura and pressure caused the surrounding space to collapse an inch at a time. The remaining might that was emitted caused one's heart to tremble. Faced with the powerful human-class Do techniques of these two people, even the current Xiao Yan also felt an invisible pressure surging into his heart. The other party was after all an elite Do Di. It was a little too simple for him to think that he could fight against them by himself. However, his sword had already been unsheathed, and he could not easily withdraw it without seeing blood. If he wanted to end the fight, he must go all out. Only after finishing off the two people in front of him would he be able to calm this storm. Ha! Xiao Yan suddenly let out a stern cry in his heart when he thought of this. A thought passed through his mind, and the originally powerful Do Chi within his body wildly poured out at this moment. At the same time, a clear symbol slowly appeared between his brows. This symbol represented the clan tattoo of the Xiao clan. The moment the clan tattoo appeared, the Do Chi within Xiao Yan's body immediately soared. Even the aura within his body swiftly soared. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's aura had already reached the advanced level of a 6-star half-martial emperor. Soon after, it reached the peak of the advanced level. Finally, in front of the shocked eyes of the two people in front of him, he forcefully broke through to the 7th-star half-martial emperor level. However, this was not all. After the aura within Xiao Yan's body completely stopped, his strength had shockingly reached the intermediate level of a 7-star half-martial emperor. This fellow's aura, why? Damn it! No matter what, use all your strength to kill him. At the same time that the expressions of the two black-robed old men changed drastically, an even more turbulent Do Chi began to wildly pour out from their palms. The strength of the flying eagle and the sea wave had become increasingly shocking at this moment. Screech! All of a sudden, an earth-shaking screech was emitted from the mouth of the almost corporeal eagle. At the same time, a pair of enormous wings violently flapped. Immediately, its enormous body violently collided with the incoming ruler light. At the same time, the other old man also moved his hand seal. Above his head, the raging waves surged crazily at this moment. The seemingly substantial waves quickly rose. In the blink of an eye, they had already approached the top of the stone room. The waves surged, emitting a wave of crashing sound like seawater hitting the reef. It was as if everyone was really beside a sea at this moment. Ha! Immediately, a stern cry was emitted from this old man's mouth. A thought passed through his heart, and the wave above his head immediately carried a turbulent aura as it violently pounced toward Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, the two Yunin Pavilion elders beside Xiao Yan suddenly appeared. The hands of the two of them each displayed two different Do skills. Powerful Do Chi continued to rise on the surface of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, powerful Do Chi had already agglomerated on the surface of their bodies. Humph! Don't forget that there is still us. The two old men immediately let out a loud cry after the Do skills were formed in their hands. At the same time, the human-class Do skills that were formed in their hands were also suddenly unleashed at this moment. They violently smashed toward the incoming wave. Mr. Xiao Yan, the two of us do not have sufficient strength and are unable to help you much. We can only temporarily delay one of you. As for that fellow, it's enough. Leave him to me to deal with. The attack of the two Yunin Pavilion elders instantly removed a lot of pressure from Xiao Yan's heart. If he were to really deal with two elite Dodi alone, he would really be unable to handle it. However, if it was only one person, Xiao Yan believed that it should be enough to deal with him under the circumstances of using the clan tattoo and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. As expected, after seeing the two Yunin Pavilion elders attack, the expressions of the two black-robed old men on the opposite side involuntarily changed. Soon after, the graceful ruler glow that was swung out from Xiao Yan's hand violently collided with the incoming eagle. Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly swept across the stone room. A powerful Do-Chi ripple swiftly swept out from the center of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, all the formations that were protecting the stone room were instantly shattered by this powerful energy. The entire stone room began to tremble intensely at this moment. Even the experts in the stone rooms that were closer to the stone room also sensed this powerful energy ripple. After the attack landed, Xiao Yan's ruler glow immediately fell into a disadvantage in front of the eagle. After all, the strength of both parties was still present. It was a little wishful thinking to rely on just one ruler glow to defeat the other party. Hee. Xiao Yan, I thought that you would have some great ability. Turns out that you are only SOSO. You are delusional to think that you can contend with the old me with just this little strength of yours. You are really seeking death. Seeing that Xiao Yan's Do skill was easily suppressed, the black-robed old man immediately revealed a disdainful smile on his face. With a thought, the eagle immediately emitted a sharp eagle cry. At the same time, the glow on it suddenly shook greatly. A pair of enormous eagle claws violently grabbed at Xiao Yan's ruler glow. From the looks of it, it seemed to have the intention of crushing it. Faced with the ridicule from the black-robed old man's mouth, Xiao Yan's face under the black robe was lifted into a cold smile. Soon after, just as the eagle was about to move, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He suddenly waved the enormous ruler in his hand and another majestic ruler glow instantly shot out. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet. Each successive 6 feet was stronger than the previous one. They basically merged with the first ruler glow in an instant. Only at this moment did the eagle claw violently grab at it. However, at this moment, this ruler light was completely different from before. The ruler's radiance shocked the heavens. It was like a fire banner was erected in this huge stone room. It reached up to the dome and down to the ground. Just the majestic appearance of connecting heaven and earth was not something that the eagle in front of him could compare with. What? The expression on the black-robed old man's face suddenly changed when he saw this shocking scene. However, before he could do anything, a fire glow suddenly soared on the shocking ruler glow, emitting a glaring light. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Break. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, the frightening ruler glow that rose from the heavenly flame also suddenly fell towards the eagle. Bang! Under this ruler glow, the eagle was merely able to endure for a couple of breaths before it exploded with a bang sound. At the same time, the black-robed old man's face instantly paled. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. HTTPS. Genius 1 second remember this address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 642. Within the large stone room, a black-robed human figure flew backwards uncontrollably. Finally, he violently collided with the wall of the stone room. A huge force poured down and his entire body was instantly embedded into the wall. Poochie. After suffering such a heavy injury, the old man could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Even his face quickly turned pale. The strength contained in Xiao Yan's attack earlier was not the least bit inferior to an attack from him at his peak condition. In his hurry, he was unable to retaliate. This attack had already caused this old man's strength to suffer quite a serious injury. At this moment, his condition was already close to that of a seriously injured body. Second brother. While the old man was defeated, in the other two battlefields, the expressions of the two black-robed old men changed drastically. They could not help but look at the injured old man, and they could not help but cry out. At the same time, the two Hidden Cloud Pavilion's elders and the current Northern King also took advantage of that opportunity to attack the other two black-robed old men, forcing them back with a single attack. After forcing the two of them back, the two Yunin Pavilion elders wanted to follow up with another attack. However, at this moment Xiao Yan suddenly shouted, "Enough! Come back!" With a low shout, the two elders immediately froze in mid-air. They looked at each other and frowned. However, they still unwillingly retreated. At the same time, under Xiao Yan's mental command, the North King's body of steel instantly flashed and he returned to Xiao Yan's side. A pair of empty and indifferent eyes stared at the three people in front of him. As long as Xiao Yan gave the order, he would charge out again. As for the old man who was the leader of the three, as well as the old man who was called Third Brother, their figures quickly flashed and they quickly arrived beside the old man who had been forced back by Xiao Yan. Second brother. Second brother. They hurriedly helped the old man up from the ground. Seeing the latter's pale face, the two of them hurriedly grabbed his wrist. With a thought, a trace of spiritual strength quickly entered the old man's body. After sensing the meridians in the old man's body that were on the verge of collapse, the expressions in the eyes of the two men immediately became incomparably gloomy. Although the three of them usually did not think highly of each other, now that one of them was injured, their feelings for each other immediately spread out like a river that had broken through a dam. "Xiao Yan!" The old man who was the leader roared in a hoarse voice. Although he did not turn around, Xiao Yan and the other two could imagine the ferocious look on his face. Puff! Compared to the former, the latter was even more direct. The dou qi in his body also surged out with a puff sound while his expression changed. He waved his large hand and water vapor churned, swiftly agglomerating into a water-blue long sword in his hand. His arm shook and the sword immediately cut through the air, forcefully tearing the space in front of him apart. The tip of the sword, which was emitting a cold glow, was pointed at Xiao Yan. There was an invisible force that shot toward Xiao Yan. Sensing the force that was shooting toward them, the expressions of the two Yunin Pavilion elders beside Xiao Yan changed slightly. They were about to intervene when Xiao Yan was a step faster. He spun the giant ruler in his hand and swung it from left to right. Although he did not use any dou qi, this casual swing caused an invisible force to immediately rush out. It turned into a gust of wind that caused a layer of ripples to form in the air. In just one exchange, Xiao Yan's invisible gust of wind destroyed the gust of wind that was heading toward him with an unstoppable force. After which, it viciously charged toward the old man without losing any of its strength. Ah! The old man was furious in his heart when he saw that his force had been broken so easily. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was slashed out. Dou qi shot out and turned into a sharp sword glow. Only then did it manage to block the invisible ruler glow. Even though this was the case, the sword glow that the old man had slashed out with his longsword was also destroyed. Hiss! The faces of the two Hidden Cloud Pavilion elders beside Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw this scene. Their mouths involuntarily emitted sounds of inhaling cool air. The two of them secretly looked at each other and felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Since when did a dou di become so weak? A sword glow that was agglomerated from dou qi was actually destroyed by an invisible force that was casually swung out. Moreover, before this, it had already suppressed a force that was not inferior in strength. This kind of thing was too inconceivable. At the same time, even the old man with the sword in his hand could not help but narrow his turbid eyes. The shock in his heart was even greater than the two opposite him. He was a dou di. Logically speaking, even if he casually swung out a force, it should be enough to make a 9-star half-step emperor pay attention to him. Moreover, Xiao Yan's strength was only a 7-star half-step emperor. However, it was just like this that Xiao Yan had not only suppressed his sword aura with one strike, he had even used it to break his dou qi. This kind of thing was really unbelievable. Damn it! I don't believe that you are really as godly as the legends say. The old man let out an unwilling roar from his mouth. His body shook and he once again swung the longsword in his hand. Dou Qi shot out and his body instantly charged furiously toward Xiao Yan, who, under the black robe, Xiao Yan's somewhat pale face frowned slightly. Although one of the three people on the other side was seriously injured, he was after all still a Dou Di. With the strength of the other two, it was impossible to defeat them within a short period of time, much less make them stay here forever. The strength of a Dou Di was not something that anyone could easily deal with. It was impossible to meet someone like Zhao Xian who had delivered himself to their doorstep every single time. Moreover, their battle here had likely already alerted some people in the surroundings. Soon there would be people coming here. Before that, Xiao Yan needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, regardless of whether they were able to finish off the three people in front of them, it would bring even more trouble to Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only strive to end this battle as soon as possible. "Mr. Xiao Yan, we will help you." Xiao Yan was just about to intervene when the two Yunin Pavilion elders by the side once again spoke out. At the same time, the Dou Qi in their bodies was raised and they were about to step forward. "No, all of you should stay here and try your best to recover your Dou Qi. I will finish him off as quickly as possible. It will not be too late for you to intervene if any accident occurs." Xiao Yan flipped his hand and tossed a jade bottle to each of the two elders. Each jade bottle contained 4 medicinal pills. Immediately, without waiting for the two of them to open their mouths, Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head. He waved the huge ruler in his hand and a beautiful ruler glow immediately shot out. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also rushed out. Like a bolt of lightning, he forcefully broke through the Dou Qi pillar that was coming at him. Soon after, he violently collided with the black-robed old man who was charging from behind. Seeing Xiao Yan charge out, the two Yunin Pavilion elders lowered their heads to look at the jade bottles in their hands. They thought about Xiao Yan's words and nodded their heads. Without any hesitation, they opened the jade bottles with one hand. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance pounced over. The expressions on the two elders' faces also swiftly changed at this moment. Tier 3 medicinal pills. The two of them let out a cry of surprise at the same time. What was inside these 2 jade bottles were actually 3rd-tier medicinal pills. 4 pills each. When added together, there was a total of 8 pills. 8 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even with their collections, they could only barely gather all of them. However, this Xiao Yan in front of them had actually taken them out in such a casual manner. This could really be called a great expenditure. I remember that before coming here, I had heard that Mr. Xiao Yan had already become a Tier 3 alchemist. Previously, I was still half skeptical. Now, it seems that it is indeed true. One of the two old men, a blue-robed old man, involuntarily exclaimed. With Xiao Yan's current age, he was merely a member of the younger generation in the Yuanwu continent. However, the frightening strength that he had displayed was something that even some experts from the older generation were unable to reach. It must be said that this could really be called frightening. TSK, he is truly a young hero. With his talent, I'm afraid that even in the entire continent, the number of people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him can be counted on one hand. No wonder even someone like young Master would praise him several times. If there is another day, Xiao Yan's achievements will definitely not be limited to this corner of the continent. That's right. The stage that belongs to him should be there, the middle region. The two elders stared at Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of an intense battle. For a moment, they had actually forgotten about everything else. They had even nearly forgotten about the injuries on their bodies. When the two of them recovered, they hurriedly sat down cross-legged. After swallowing one of the medicinal pills in their hands, they carefully kept the rest. Immediately, they hurriedly entered a training state and did their best to refine the medicinal pills within their bodies. As the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills spread within their bodies, the injuries on the two elders' bodies were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, although the injuries on the surface of their bodies were easily healed, the injuries within their bodies were the most difficult to heal. However, under the frightening medicinal strength of the Tier 3 medicinal pills, It was sufficient to allow the two of them to recover 70 to 80% of their condition despite being unable to completely recover. Thus, even if they were to meet an elite Dodi, they would still have the ability to retaliate. At this moment, Xiao Yan's attacks were becoming increasingly powerful as he faced the sword-wielding elder. In an instant, he had pressured the other party until he was unable to catch his breath. In terms of strength alone, Xiao Yan's strength was not inferior to the latter after he had activated the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the clan tattoo. Additionally, Xiao Yan's frightening physical body was something that even some of the stronger elite Dodi could not compare with. With the support of the Heavenly Flame and the Heavy Shen ruler, the black-robed elder in front of him was no match for Xiao Yan. The Heavy Shen ruler was able to force the long sword in the latter's hand into an extremely dangerous arc each time they collided. The Do Chi that covered the long sword was repeatedly burned and refined into nothingness by the Heavenly Flame. At this moment, his one-star Bandi strength was completely useless in front of Xiao Yan. Damn it! Get out of my way! The heavy ruler once again narrowly brushed past his body. At this moment, the ashen-faced elder could not help but let out a furious roar. He heavily pushed back the huge ruler with a palm and quickly twisted the longsword in his hand. In an extremely tricky direction, he ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's head. Seeing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. The huge ruler that had just been pushed back suddenly turned around. Immediately after, the broad and thick ruler's blade heavily smashed onto the tip of the longsword. The powerful force caused the longsword to quickly bend. At the same time, sparks flew. The elder's hand, which was tightly holding the long sword, could not help but tremble intensely. Immediately after, the web between his thumb and index finger was actually forcefully torn open by the huge force. Scarlet blood immediately gushed out from it and splashed onto the shattered floor below, turning into beautiful blood flowers. Fight! Enduring the movement that came from his wound being torn open, the elder held the sword hilt with both hands. The already bent long sword fiercely blocked the tip of the heavy ruler. Do Chi crazily poured into the long sword, intending to ruthlessly push back the heavy ruler. Ha! However, immediately after, Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly emitted a furious roar. The fire in the eyes under the black robe agglomerated. At the same time, the beautiful heavenly flame that covered the heavy Shen ruler also rose even more violently. Crack! Suddenly, a clear and crisp breaking sound rang out between Xiao Yan and the elder. Immediately, the elder's expression changed drastically. However, before he could do anything, the long sword that he tightly held in his hand actually emitted a clear breaking sound. Immediately, the long sword shattered with a bang in front of the elder's eyes. Grug. When the long sword shattered, the elder was immediately implicated. His face abruptly turned red and his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's heavy ruler also violently smashed onto the elder's chest in the next moment. Bang! When the attack landed, the originally injured old man's body immediately flew out uncontrollably. He was like a kite with a broken string. In the end, he was supported by the green-faced old man behind him. At this moment, 2 of the 3 Dodi had already been defeated by Xiao Yan. As for the last person, he was the leader of the 3. Although he saw that his 2 brothers had been seriously injured by Xiao Yan, this elder could not vent the anger in his heart. It was for no other reason than the Northern King, who was standing behind Xiao Yan. Currently, 2 of the 3 brothers had already been injured. He could no longer easily attack. Otherwise, once the 3 of them were seriously injured, it would be difficult for them to survive in these dangerous remains. Therefore, one of them had to stay alive no matter what. After forcing back the black-robed elder, Xiao Yan's body stood straight in midair. The heavy Shen ruler in his hand was stored into his storage ring in a flash. A pair of flickering fiery eyes were revealed under the black robe. His expression was cold as he looked at the black-robed elder standing opposite him. Immediately, he looked at the door of the stone room. At this moment, it was just as Xiao Yan had expected. Quite a number of experts had already gathered there. Of course, the strength of these people were only at the Bandi level. This was something that caused Xiao Yan to rejoice in his heart. Otherwise, if a couple more elite Dodi had arrived, he would really be in trouble today. After using the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, Xiao Yan had once again seriously injured an elite Dodi. It was likely that even an ordinary Dodi would not be able to do such a thing. Yet, he had relied on the strength of a Bandi to forcefully accomplish it. This battle result could be said to be heaven-defying. Of course, behind this heaven-defying battle result, the current Xiao Yan had already reached the stage where he was completely exhausted. If it was not because he wanted to deter this group of hungry wolves in front of him, it was likely that he would have already fallen to the ground. It was also because he wanted to save his last bit of energy that Xiao Yan involuntarily put away the heavy Shen ruler in order to prevent the other party from seeing any openings. Although he was not afraid, a hero could not win against a large number of people. This was ultimately not a long-term plan. After all, there were quite a number of experts who had entered the remains this time around. If this continued to drag on, it would only harm Xiao Yan. Those people outside the stone room hurriedly shrank back and hid when they saw the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over. They were afraid that this frightening fellow would attack them with his ruler. If that attack were to land on their bodies, it was likely that it would be difficult for them to survive. Xiao Yan. Opposite Xiao Yan, the old man's tone was filled with extreme unwillingness. The words that came out of his mouth seemed to have been forcefully squeezed out from between the gaps of his teeth. Anyone who heard it would be able to feel the violent murderous intent that was mixed within. The old man did not deliberately lure the group outside the stone room and let them become cannon fodder. It was not because he did not expect this, but because he understood that in the face of absolute power, no matter how many people there were, it was ultimately useless. From the way he saw it, the current Xiao Yan possessed a frightening strength that could kill anyone present. Although those people outside the door were not strong, they were not fools. It was impossible for them to foolishly charge forward just because of a few words from him. Cough cough, big brother, let's fight it out with him. Even if we die today, we must drag him down with us by self-detonating. The old man in the old man's arms, whose face was completely pale, struggled to speak. At this point, it was already impossible for them to survive. Since this was the case, even if they died, they must not let Xiao Yan live on opposite them. Shut up. Today, as long as I am around, he can forget about killing us. I will definitely bring all of you out alive. The big brother's voice was extremely solemn. However, it was not difficult to hear from his words that other than being solemn, there was also a determination mixed within. Since he could say such words, he would definitely be able to do it. The body of the old man in black robes suddenly shook when these words were emitted. The little Do Chi in his body suddenly surged out at this moment. He was already prepared to have a final battle with Xiao Yan in front of him. If he failed, he would go all out and bring Xiao Yan down with him. Seeing this scene in front of him, even with Xiao Yan's character, his heart could not help but be moved. Although the three people in front of him were ruthless, it must be said that their brotherhood was incomparable. This point caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily recall his big brother and second brother. The eyes under the black robe slowly shut. The atmosphere in the square also solidified. Everyone outside the stone door held their breaths. The atmosphere in the square was so quiet that it was somewhat frightening. All of you, leave. Suddenly, Xiao Yan under the black robe spat out such a sentence from his mouth that caused everyone present to be stunned. No one had expected this, including the two black-robed old men, who were still conscious and standing opposite of Xiao Yan. Their hearts were also incomparably shocked. They basically did not dare to believe their ears. This Xiao Yan, who had forced them to the brink of death with his own strength, actually wanted to let them leave? What did you say? The big brother's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan and asked with a trembling voice, "All of you, leave." Xiao Yan once again spoke. His voice was suppressed until it trembled. The weakness in his body had already caused him to be unable to endure. At this moment, everyone did not have the time to bother about these details. At this very moment, the only thing that they felt shocked in their hearts was that Xiao Yan would actually let them leave. If the three of them had the ability, Xiao Yan would have already become a dead soul in their hands. However, in front of them, You really want to let us leave? The anger in the big brother's scarlet eyes quickly faded. No matter what, if he could let the three of them live, why would he care about the current Xiao Yan? There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. However, the most important thing now was to survive. This time, Xiao Yan did not speak. Instead, he silently nodded. At the same time, the scarlet color in the big brother's eyes had completely faded. He did not dare to be careless. On one hand, he was careful of Xiao Yan. On the other hand, he held up the second brother behind him. An invisible force lifted the two injured men into the air. The big brother's face was filled with caution as he stared at Xiao Yan, constantly on guard. However, just as the three of them carefully arrived in front of the stone door that everyone had retreated to and were just about to leave the stone room, behind the three of them, Xiao Yan under the black robe once again spoke. Wait! The nerves all over the big brother's body suddenly tightened. The dou qi in his body rapidly flowed. His gaze turned and stared intently at Xiao Yan. The killing intent in his eyes once again gathered. https. Genius remembers this site address. Mobile version reading site. Chapter 643. If you want to fight, just come at me directly. There is no need to deliberately tease me. The leader's expression was ugly as he stared at Xiao Yan. His scarlet eyes instantly appeared as though he wanted to forcefully swallow him. If looks could kill, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have died an unknown number of times. When these words were viciously spat out from between the old man's teeth, the old man waved his large hand. Turbulent dou qi immediately agglomerated in his palm. The aura of his body was instantly raised to its peak condition. He was prepared to have a final fight with Xiao Yan in front of him at any moment. A powerful aura rippled and spread around the old man's body. Everyone outside the stone room immediately retreated in shock. They did not dare to get close to watch. They could only watch the black-robed old man in front of the door from a distance, as well as Xiao Yan, who only revealed a small part of his black robe in the depths of the stone room. Swoosh! Just as the old man was preparing to attack, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Xiao Yan's sleeves. It was like a shooting star that shot directly toward the black-robed old man. Huh? The old man involuntarily frowned when he sensed that the ray of light did not have any energy aura. The instant the ray of light arrived in front of him, he suspiciously controlled it in his palm. For safety's sake, the old man did not hold it in his palm. Instead, he controlled it so that it was suspended in the air above his palm. Immediately, when the old man focused his eyes, he saw that it was an exquisite jade bottle that was suspended in the air above his palm. Within the jade bottle, there were clearly 6 perfectly round medicinal pills. Seeing this, the old man's expression was involuntarily startled. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan. Both of his eyes narrowed as he said in a low and deep voice, "What do you mean by this? There are 6 tier 3 medicinal pills in here." A low and deep voice was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The body under the black robe was already trembling involuntarily. Large beads of perspiration repeatedly appeared on his forehead. Ugh! Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the old man's eyes suddenly shrank. The jade bottle that was suspended in the air above his palm was involuntarily grabbed by him. 6 tier 3 medicinal pills. This was already sufficient to cause the expressions of most experts to change. Even though he was an elite Dodi, he was still unable to ignore a tier 3 medicinal pill, especially 6 tier 3 medicinal pills. At the same time, the expressions of the group of half-martial emperors outside the stone room also instantly changed. Even their eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of greed when they looked at the old man before them. Humph! However, the old man suddenly let out a disdainful snort from his nose. The space shook, and the people behind him immediately shrank back like a flock of frightened sheep. The atmosphere in the square once again became silent. Everyone's eyes were staring at Xiao Yan and the black-robed old man, and they did not leave for even a moment. What exactly do you mean by this? After a moment, the old man could not resist asking. Being an elite Dodi, he clearly understood the value of a tier 3 medicinal pill. 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills were already sufficient for Xiao Yan to invite a Do D-class expert to be his helper. At this moment, however, Xiao Yan's actions caused him to be a little confused. However, Xiao Yan was non-committal in the face of this. This caused the old man to involuntarily frown quietly. However, the scarlet color in his eyes had once again disappeared. However, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan still vaguely contained a trace of enmity. However, compared to before, this was ultimately much better. Just as the old man was about to open his mouth and ask again, the 2 Yunin Pavilion elders, who were not far behind Xiao Yan, finally opened their tightly shut eyes at this moment. A glint quickly flashed across their turbid eyes. Immediately, the 2 of them smiled and hurriedly stood up. They took a few steps forward and arrived beside Xiao Yan. The gazes of the 2 of them swept past Xiao Yan and directly looked at the black-robed old man in front of the stone room. The expression in their eyes was ice-cold. With a thought, the Do Qi that had just recovered in their bodies immediately swarmed out at this moment. The powerful aura caused the space around the 2 of them to fluctuate. "Mr. Xiao Yan, leave this fellow to us brothers," one of the old men said hatefully. Previously, this old man in front of them had made them suffer for a long time. Now it was time to pay him back. The other old man nodded in agreement. They would not have any pity for these 3 fellows. After all, when the 2 of them were about to die, no one would pity them. On the opposite side, when the black-robed old man saw the 2 of them stand up, the expression on his face, which had just calmed down, immediately changed. He did not dare to be negligent in his heart. With a thought, the Do Qi in his body once again surged out of his body. He took a step forward and protected his 2 brothers behind him. If these 2 people really attacked, then even if he had to give it his all, he would definitely block them in front of him. After making up his mind, the expression on the old man's face gradually became cold. A trace of determination could be seen between his brows. Just as the 2 people beside Xiao Yan were about to attack, Xiao Yan, who was barely supporting himself, suddenly grabbed their wrists. Immediately, the 2 of them could not help but frown. They were suspicious in their hearts. Why would Xiao Yan stop them? However, when the 2 of them sensed that Xiao Yan's hand was somewhat icy cold, the expression deep within their eyes could not help but change. Only then did they know the specific condition of Xiao Yan at this moment. Yes, the 2 old men looked at each other. Immediately, they gently inhaled a breath of air and nodded to Xiao Yan. At the same time, the Do Qi that surged out from the surface of their bodies was gradually withdrawn back into their bodies. Seeing this scene, the black-robed old man could not help but frown slightly. In his heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. His Do Qi quietly circulated and he was constantly on guard. "You should leave. Since Mr. Xiao Yan has spared your lives, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, even if Mr. Xiao Yan does not go back on his words, once the 2 of us do, you can forget about leaving this place," one of the old men said in a low voice from the 2 of them. Hearing these words, the muscles on the corner of the old man's eyes involuntarily twitched. However, when he thought of the current situation, he had no choice but to suppress the unwillingness in his heart. His eyes revealed a grave expression as they swept over the 2 old men. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan. His tone was dark and solemn as he spoke. "Xiao Yan, remember today's debt. Even if you have taken out a Tier 3 medicinal pill, today's matter will not end so easily." After his words sounded, the black-robed old man ignored the icy-cold expression in the eyes of the 2 old men beside Xiao Yan. He dragged the bodies of the 2 behind him and chased away all the half-emperors in front of him as he walked out of the stone room. After which, he swiftly disappeared into the tunnel. Only at this moment did the body of the black-robed, pale-faced Xiao Yan in the stone room suddenly softened. He fainted with the support of the 2 people beside him. Chapter 644. At this moment, 2 old men with thick auras were seated cross-legged on a broken stone slab that could be considered complete within the somewhat dilapidated stone room. A black-robed human figure was quietly standing in front of the 2 of them. Following the inhalation and exhalation of the human figure, threads of natural energy within this space appeared to be attracted. They gradually surged into his body, causing the pale white face of the black-robed person to gradually reveal a sleek redness. At this moment, other than the two old men seated cross-legged, there was another strong human figure emitting a faint purple-gold flowing light. He was standing motionlessly beside the black-robed person. At such a distance, he would be able to instantly launch a counterattack if either of the two of them wanted to attack the black-robed person. This involuntarily caused the two old men to be quietly surprised in their hearts. This human figure was clearly a puppet. However, from the looks of it, it seemed to have retained an intelligence that was different from an ordinary puppet. Moreover, during the battle earlier, the two old men had clearly sensed that this puppet in front of them possessed an extremely rich combat experience. Each time it attacked, it would cause its opponent to feel that it was as troublesome as fighting a living person. This was especially the case with its diamond body, which caused it to become unusually difficult to deal with. A quasi-D-class puppet was able to fight with a true one-star Do-D without being at a disadvantage. It was even able to vaguely suppress the latter. It was difficult to imagine that if the strength of this puppet were to rise to another level in the future, would it not mean that even a high-class Do-D would not be a match for it? Hiss! Despite the mental fortitude of these two old men, their mouths involuntarily emitted a sound of cold air when they thought of this. It was no wonder that they would be so shocked. After all, this was a puppet whose strength was comparable to a human elite Do-D. It was likely that no one would dare to easily underestimate such a puppet. Of course, while their hearts were shocked by the strength of this puppet, they did not forget that the owner of this puppet was an even more frightening person, using his own strength to consecutively defeat two elite Do-D. This kind of pride was not something that just anyone could achieve. Moreover, the person who had done this was merely a 6-star bandit. When the two old men thought of this, shock involuntarily surged in their eyes when they looked at the black-robed man before them. Such a powerful master and a puppet whose strength was not inferior to his master's. Such a combination would probably be able to do as he pleased in the entire western region. It was no wonder that the four great sects were unable to capture him after such a long time. However, the thing that caused the two of them to rejoice in their hearts was that the owner of this puppet was on the same side as them. Otherwise, if they had met such a frightening opponent, it was likely that their Union Pavilion would have encountered quite a lot of trouble regardless of how powerful they were. Ugh! However, just as this thought appeared in the hearts of the two old men, Xiao Yan, who had been unconscious in front of the two of them, suddenly emitted a soft moan. Immediately, his tightly shut eyes trembled gently and he slowly opened them. A gentle light surged into Xiao Yan's eyes the moment he opened them. This caused him to involuntarily frown. After adapting to the light for a short moment, he finally slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiao Yan immediately saw the Northern King, who was guarding beside him. The latter's body was like a metal tower that did not move. Wei Rant's aura caused Xiao Yan to feel a lot more at ease. Currently, he was not in his best condition in all aspects. The Northern King had unknowingly become his greatest support. With the Northern King by his side, Xiao Yan could ultimately feel a sense of security. Even though he still had the two elders from the Union Pavilion by his side, this was ultimately unable to make him feel completely at ease. Only the strength that truly belonged to him could truly make him feel at ease. This was also the reason why the two old men were unable to approach the unconscious Xiao Yan. "Mr. Xiao Yan, are you all right?" At the same time that Xiao Yan stood up, the two old men beside him immediately came forward and asked Xiao Yan in a respectful and concerned voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yan took in a deep breath. Soon after, he slowly exhaled and said with a frown, "It's nothing. It's just that I've overused my Do-Chi. It's not a big deal. However, I'm afraid that I'll need a few days to fully recover." In this battle, although Xiao Yan had seriously injured two elite Do-D in succession, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan had used both of his trump cards, the Dragon Phoenix Bloodline and the Clan Tattoo. These two trump cards played an extremely important role in this battle. It was because of these two methods that Xiao Yan was able to rely on his full strength to forcefully injure the two elite Do-D to such an extent. After using the Dragon Phoenix Bloodline and the Clan Tattoo, The exhaustion of the two bloodline strengths meant that Xiao Yan would not be able to use these two methods again for a period of time in the future. This would undoubtedly lower Xiao Yan's overall strength. However, it was useless to think about these now. What Xiao Yan was most worried about in his heart was the whereabouts of the soul-consolidating fruit. After all, that thing was too important to him. If he wanted to refine the ice spirit pill, Xiao Yan must first obtain the soul-consolidating fruit. Of course, Xiao Yan did not forget that there were still the last two medicinal ingredients. These three were one of the reasons why Xiao Yan was unable to refine the ice spirit pill. Hearing the words from Xiao Yan's mouth, the two old men gradually relaxed in their hearts. After complimenting Xiao Yan a little more, one of the old men respectfully handed a snow-white storage ring to Xiao Yan. This, Xiao Yan frowned. His pale face involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression. Although he had intervened to save them, he did not say that he was here for their things. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan, this storage ring contains all the items in this stone room. These were originally in the pockets of us two brothers. However, we did not expect to meet those three fellows. If Mr. Xiao Yan had not arrived in time, not to mention these things, I'm afraid that we would not be able to keep our lives. Therefore, the things inside should belong to Mr. Xiao Yan. The old man who handed the storage ring to Xiao Yan respectfully smiled at the latter. When the other old man saw this, he similarly smiled and nodded his head. It was not easy for them to be able to keep their lives this time. They no longer had any extravagant hopes of being able to obtain the items in this stone room. Furthermore, these remains were not small. They did not lack the items in this stone room. At the very most, they could just find another stone room. Seeing the two old men reveal such expressions, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. Soon after, he took the storage ring from the old man with one hand. At the same time, from the depths of his brows, a wisp of spiritual energy swiftly gushed out at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the snow-white storage ring and swiftly began to search, hoping to find the soul-consolidating fruit that he needed. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, Xiao Yan did not find the slightest trace of spiritual energy undulations. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to be a little disappointed. Indeed, a precious item like the soul-consolidating fruit was not something that could be easily found by him. However, just as Xiao Yan was helplessly prepared to give up and was about to withdraw from the spiritual energy search, suddenly, a piercing chill that caused one's soul to feel a piercing cold was suddenly emitted from a certain corner of the storage ring. Sensing the chill, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly moved. He hurriedly dug out from the pile of natural treasures. Immediately, a strange ice-blue herb with snowflake-like leaves appeared in front of Xiao Yan. This is rapid freeze grass. HTTPS. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 645. Quick freeze grass. Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement as he stared at the ice-blue grass stalk that was currently floating in front of him. His pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with surprise. Quick freeze grass. This medicinal ingredient was just like its name. Contained an extremely terrifying icy aura. Its medicinal properties were of the Yin attribute and could withstand the refinement of most flames for a long time. It could be said that the quick freeze grass was one of the few medicinal ingredients that could be used to restrain flames. However, right now, the quick freeze grass was one of the last two medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan needed to refine the ice spirit pill. This is really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Previously, I couldn't find you. I didn't expect that after saving them, you would appear so obediently. Staring at the quick freeze grass in front of him with a fiery gaze, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a sigh. Immediately, under the sighing gazes of the two people at the side, he carefully placed the quick freeze grass in front of him into a jade box, after which he placed it into the storage ring. Although he did not find the spirit-consolidating fruit, this quick freeze grass could be considered an unexpected surprise to Xiao Yan at this moment. Ever since he had entered the remains, Xiao Yan's heart had a kind of premonition that he would definitely gain quite a lot from this trip to the desolate ancient remains. The spiritual stones that filled the stone room was only the beginning. Even this rapid freezing grass was only a portion of the total gains. It was likely that what would greet him in the future would be an even greater surprise. Thinking of this, the fiery gaze in Xiao Yan's eyes became even more intense. However, waves of weakness that came from his body immediately pulled Xiao Yan back to reality at this moment. Indeed, no matter how wonderful his imagination was, he was currently in a weak state. Even the dou qi in his body had not recovered, let alone the so-called greater harvest. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony in front of the two old men. He directly put the snow-white storage ring on his finger. After a round of investigation just now, in this storage ring, except for a small part of various strange stones, the rest of the things were some medicinal materials. The two old men in front of him were obviously not alchemists. Anyway, keeping it was just keeping it, so it was better for Xiao Yan to keep it for himself. With regards to this point, the two old men naturally had some thoughts in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not have honestly given this storage ring to Xiao Yan. However, when Xiao Yan lifted his head, he saw a trace of a different expression in the pair of old eyes in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately smiled in his heart. Although their mouths said that it was fine, these things were after all the result of their efforts. Now that all of them were taken away by Xiao Yan, the two of them still felt a little reluctant in their hearts. Rolling his eyes slightly, Xiao Yan immediately smiled and did not stand on ceremony. His white wrist rotated slightly and a golden light immediately flashed across the storage ring on his finger. Immediately, another two exquisite jade bottles appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The instant these jade bottles appeared in Xiao Yan's hand, the expressions on the faces of the two old men in front of him could not help but change slightly. Even the breathing between their nostrils had involuntarily become a little hurried. Haha, after all, I have taken your things. Treat these medicinal pills as some compensation to the both of you. There are 6 tier 3 medicinal pills in each of these 2 jade bottles. The both of you should keep them. Xiao Yan flicked his finger and the 2 suspended jade bottles flew toward the 2 old men. Seeing this, the 2 of them hurriedly extended their hands and carefully received the 2 jade bottles in their hands. These were 6 tier 3 medicinal pills. They could not bear for Xiao Yan to treat them so casually. After receiving the jade bottles, the 2 of them immediately opened them and violently inhaled a mouthful of the rich pill fragrance. The faces of the 2 of them immediately became excited. Even the expression in their eyes appeared unusually excited. These 6 medicinal pills were not only tier 3 medicinal pills, but their quality could definitely be considered high grade among all tier 3 medicinal pills. If tier 3 medicinal pills of this grade were to be brought to the auction house, even some elite Dodi would not be able to resist bidding for them. After all, even for medicinal pills of the same tier, the difference in their medicinal strength would be extremely great if the quality was different. Normally speaking, even if 2 types of medicinal pills were of the same type, the quality would determine their value. Some high-quality tier 3 medicinal pills could even cause some low-quality tier 4 medicinal pills to be unable to compare with them. In medicinal pills, there were times when the quality of the medicinal pill was the key to determining its value. Even if it was a high-tier medicinal pill, under the premise that it did not possess good quality, its value would also be greatly reduced. Currently, the 6 tier 3 medicinal pills that Xiao Yan had given to the 2 old men were undoubtedly able to squeeze into the upper middle tier of tier 3 medicinal pills. How could this not cause them to feel excited in their hearts? After recovering, the 2 old men saw the strange gaze that Xiao Yan had thrown at them. The 2 of them could not help but awkwardly smile. Only then did they hurriedly withdraw the expression on their old faces. Immediately, the 2 of them looked at each other and hurriedly stood up. They respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan as a junior. At the same time, their mouths also respectfully said, "The 2 of us thank Mr. Xiao Yan for your kindness." Seeing this, the expression on Xiao Yan's pale face could not help but be slightly startled. He immediately waved his hand, hurriedly stood up and shook his head. "There is no need for the 2 elders to be so courteous to me. No matter how one puts it, I am only a junior in front of the 2 of you. I am unable to accept the way the 2 elders are treating me." Mr. Xiao Yan really knows how to joke. In the Yuanwu continent, strength is respected. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one is a senior. As the saying goes, those who reach first are respected. Mr. Xiao Yan's strength is extremely great. Naturally, you can accept the bow of the two of us. As the two of them spoke in this manner, their waists, which were bowing to Xiao Yan, became increasingly lower. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that it was completely impossible for him to stop them. After all, the two of them were elite Dodi. At this moment, he was not in his best condition. How could he stop them from doing whatever they wanted to do? Helpless, Xiao Yan could only quietly accept the bow of the two of them. Soon after, Xiao Yan's gaze glanced outside the stone room and involuntarily frowned. Just now, he seemed to have vaguely sensed a pair of strange eyes looking in his direction. However, it was only for a short instant. This caused Xiao Yan to be unable to capture the source of the gaze. Helpless, he could only mistakenly assume that he was overthinking. After all, Xiao Yan's current condition was extremely poor. It was already very difficult for him to use his spiritual strength to investigate. It was not surprising that he had seen wrongly. Xiao Yan helplessly withdrew his gaze. Immediately, he once again looked at the two elders in front of him. At this moment, the two of them had also coincidentally stood up. Seeing that there was no unusual expression on their faces, Xiao Yan confirmed the thought in his heart. Since even these two elite Dodi did not sense anything unusual, he must have seen wrongly. Cuckoo, Mr. Xiao Yan is really a dragon amongst men. You are already so promising at such a young age. It is likely that your future achievements will be extraordinary. The three of them once again sat down cross-legged. One of the two elders, who was wearing a long blue robe, involuntarily cupped his hands to Xiao Yan. The words in his mouth were half complimentary as he spoke. The other elder by the side also cupped his hands and spoke with an accompanying smile after the laughter from the blue-robed elder's mouth sounded. The eyes of the two of them were filled with respect when they looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He had indeed displayed his overbearing strength in the battle earlier. However, so what? The current him was still in a miserable state. Cuckoo! The two of you need not tease me. If the two of you were not by my side today, it is likely that those fellows outside the door would have already charged in and attacked me. Mr. Xiao Yan, you must be joking. With that puppet of yours, forget about a few insignificant bandi. Even if an elite Dodi were to come, it is likely that they would not be able to get close to you. The old man laughed out loud. His eyes involuntarily glanced at the Northern King, who was standing beside the three of them. That unparalleled metallic feeling, the purple-gold flowing light slowly flowed, and the icy-cold aura seemed to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Even though the two of them were elite Dodi, their hearts still felt an endless seriousness when facing the Northern King. This was something that the three black-robed elders combined could not give them. Xiao Yan only smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. He did not continue to be entangled with this question. The two elders in front of him had clearly seen this point. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, they laughed and changed the topic. Cuckoo! May I know what plans Mr. Xiao Yan has after this? This time around, the blue-robed old man's question hit the nail on the head. Once these words were spoken, the expression on Xiao Yan's pale face immediately became solemn. The joking expression on the faces of the two of them was completely swept away when they saw this. They did not dare to be careless. May I know if the two of you know where the soul-gathering fruit can be found within this remains? Following the silence of the atmosphere, Xiao Yan finally asked the two elders in front of him in a serious voice a long while later. The two elders involuntarily frowned when they heard this. The blue-robed old man lowered his head and thought for a moment before frowning and gently shaking his head. The soul-gathering fruit. That thing is really too valuable. If Mr. Xiao Yan wishes to find it in this outer area, it is likely that it will not be easy. Outer area. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was surprised in his heart. Along the way, he had heard the way that everyone addressed their current location. The stone room that they were currently in seemed to be the outermost part of the remains. However, He did not know just what kind of scene it was in the deepest part of the remains. Yes, the location that we are currently in is only the outer area of the remains. The blue-robed old man nodded and said. Xiao Yan involuntarily extended 2 fingers and rubbed his chin when he heard this. He quietly thought about something in his heart. At the same time, the blue-robed old man in front of him once again opened his mouth and said, According to what I know, this remains is divided into 3 levels. Of course, this is also the common stratification of most remains. The first level is the outermost part of the remains that we are currently in. The things in the outermost part are the cheapest goods in the entire remains. I believe that there is no need to say more about this point. Mr. Xiao Yan will also understand. Xiao Yan once again nodded when he heard this. He continued to listen to the old man's explanation. The outermost part of the remains is called the enormous rock hall. The most valuable things within it are at the very most only able to arouse the interest of a 3-star Do-D. The reason why the 2 of us are staying here is also because of this. The old man's face involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression when he spoke until this point. The old man by the side also involuntarily laughed dryly. Only then did the old man continue speaking. It is rumored that the middle layer of this remains is an ancient forest. The things within it can be considered the true treasures. After all, the ancient forest has existed for an unknown number of years. The magical beasts within it have generally reached the Do-D class. That place is the tomb of all the Ban D class experts. At the same time, the entire remains is divided into different grades. Can be said that there is not the slightest difference between the grades. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded quietly when he heard the emotional words from the old man's mouth. His heart was similarly emotional. Unfortunately, the rules of this continent were like this. Whoever had the biggest fist had the qualification to speak. This place would forever be a world filled with barbarism and overbearingness. If one wanted to survive and grow in this place, one would not only need a frightening training talent, but various opportunities were also extremely important. Just like the interior of this remains, the strong would always be the strong. Although the weak could obtain small benefits, in their eyes the weak would always be the weak. Without the ability to enter the deepest part of the remains, they also did not have the qualification to enter. The so-called ability was the fist used to defeat them. The so-called qualification was to defeat them. As for the deepest part of the remains, the situation there is still unknown. After all, even those people who had barged into the remains back then, very few of them were able to leave alive from the middle layer. The blue-robed old man involuntarily frowned and shook his head when he reached the end of his words. Forget about him. It was likely that even the members of the 4 great clans did not know much about the deepest part of the remains. When he heard this, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. Although the blue-robed old man had roughly explained the layout of the remains, Xiao Yan had not obtained the answer that he wanted to obtain the most in his heart. The whereabouts of the soul condensation fruit right now. If Xiao Yan really had to explain the whereabouts of the soul condensation fruit himself, then it was likely that it could only be in the middle layer of the remains, or perhaps in the deeper parts of the remains. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but sink a little. If the soul condensation fruit was really in the deepest part of the remains, then when the time came, he would inevitably have to face the 4 great clans head-on. If this was at the peak of Xiao Yan's strength, perhaps he would really have the confidence to tangle with them for a while. But now, sigh. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh softly once again. At this moment, the other old man dressed in a long gray robe to the side hesitated for a moment before he suddenly frowned at Xiao Yan and said, Mr. Xiao Yan, perhaps I know where the soul condensation fruit is. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 646. Mr. Xiao Yan. Perhaps I know the location of the soul agglomerating fruit. While Xiao Yan was frowning, the gray-robed old man in front of him hesitated for an instant. Only then did he open his mouth and speak to Xiao Yan with uncertainty. However, the instant the old man's words sounded, Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes suddenly lifted. His gaze stared intently at the gray-robed old man in front of him. The emotions in his heart were completely displayed on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. You say, "You know where the soul agglomerating fruit is?" It was only a long while later that Xiao Yan's tone was a little uncertain as he asked. Hearing this, the colorful-robed old man also threw a curious gaze toward the gray-robed old man at this moment. Noticing the gazes that the two of them shot over, the gray-robed old man could not help but once again become a little hesitant. His heart was similarly uncertain about this information that he knew. It was only a long while later that the gray-robed old man finally raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Yan. He deliberated for a moment in his heart before speaking truthfully. "This information is something that a friend of mine told me. At that time, this remains had just been discovered and quite a number of strong people had barged in. However, they seem to have activated the formation within the remains in the end. Most of the people who barged in died here. Only an extremely small portion of them managed to escape with great difficulty. That friend of mine was coincidentally one of those people who managed to escape. Additionally, he was also an elite Dodi." The old man's expression was solemn when he said this. At the end of his words, he did not forget to add on the strength of his friend. Although he was lucky enough to escape, he paid a terrible price. Not only was his strength unable to recover during this period of time, but he had even lost an arm because of it. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed slightly when he heard the gray-robed, old man's words. Although the old man's words were not very detailed, Xiao Yan could already imagine the miserable state of his friend back then from this result alone. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but feel a shock because of this. By being able to cause an elite Dodi to flee miserably and even lose an arm, causing his strength to be damaged, it seemed that the interior of the remains was not as simple and easy as what they had seen. Perhaps his friend had encountered some terrifying fellows in the ancient forest within the ruins. Sure enough, the gray-robed old man opened his mouth again. "According to my friend, after entering the remains, most of the people successfully passed through the outermost large stone hall and arrived at the ancient forest. That place is vast and it is far from what a broken heart can compare with. Of course, the treasures contained within can also be considered as truly precious. It is also at that place that my friend seemed to have found something similar to the spirit-gathering fruit tree." "Ha!" Xiao Yan's expression instantly froze when he heard about the soul-condensing fruit tree, and a fervent expression couldn't help but surge from the depths of his eyes. The soul-condensing fruit tree was the ultimate source of the soul-condensing fruit. It was the soul-condensing fruit that gave birth to the soul-condensing fruit that contained a powerful spiritual strength. At this moment, the thing that moved Xiao Yan the most was that if the soul-condensing fruit tree had really appeared, it meant that there might be more than one soul-condensing fruit growing on the soul-condensing fruit tree. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately began to churn. If that was really the case, just one soul-condensing fruit would allow Xiao Yan to successfully advance to a rank 3 alchemist. If there were 2 or 3 of them, wouldn't Xiao Yan be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 4 alchemist within a short period of time? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily became even more fiery. Rank 4 alchemist. Alchemists of that level would probably only exist in the Alchemist Alliance in the entire Western region. Now, as long as he could obtain 3 soul-condensing fruits, he would have absolute confidence that he could raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 4 alchemist. Of course, in the end, this was only a beautiful fantasy in Xiao Yan's heart. The soul-condensing fruit tree would only bear fruit once every 500 years, and it would only bear 1 fruit each time. There would only be a total of 3 fruits. Every time a new soul-condensing fruit was about to mature, the other 2 fruits would have almost rotted away. Therefore, on a soul-condensing fruit tree, there would only be 1 soul-condensing fruit. Other than that, it was absolutely impossible for there to be more. This meant that Xiao Yan's thoughts were only a beautiful fantasy. Quickly following this, the gray-robed old man frowned slightly. His mind carefully recalled all the information that his friend had told him back then. Immediately, he spoke to Xiao Yan. Although he saw that thing, he merely glanced at it from afar. When he approached it, he discovered that the soul-condensing fruit tree was on a small island by itself. Around the island was a huge lake. The reason he was injured was because of that lake. When he spoke until this point, there was no need for the old man to say anything more. Xiao Yan could also imagine that the reason why the old man's friend was injured was likely because there was a Dou D-class magical beast in the lake. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily flickered. His heart sank slightly. If that was really the case, it was likely that it would not be easy to obtain this soul-condensing fruit. To be able to cause a Dou D to flee in panic and end up in such a state, the strength of this magical beast was likely extraordinary. I wonder if my northern king will be able to fight with it. Xiao Yan's face was solemn. He could not help but quietly compare in his heart. If the northern king had the ability to fight with that magical beast, perhaps he would also have the opportunity to obtain the soul-condensing fruit. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not be able to protect his only trump card at that time. Appearing to have seen the seriousness in Xiao Yan's heart, the gray-robed old man mused for a moment in his heart before immediately speaking. According to my understanding, the magical beast in the lake is an ancient underworld demon python. Its strength is equivalent to an advanced 1-star Dou D human expert. That friend of mine is slightly stronger than me and has already reached the intermediate 1-star Dou D level. Even though this is the case, he was unable to last more than 100 moves in front of that fellow. Xiao Yan's heart immediately sank when he heard these words. It was not an easy task to defeat a magical beast whose strength had reached the advanced 1-star Dou D level. This was especially the case when the other party was a magical beast. Its physical body was naturally strong. It was likely that even the Northern King would have difficulty fighting against it. After all, in summary, the Northern King's current strength was at the very most comparable to an ordinary initial 1-star Dou D. Even defeating the other party would be incomparably difficult. There was no need to even mention the ancient underworld demon python whose strength had reached the advanced 1-star Dou D level. Chapter 647. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had already rested in the stone room for 2 days. Adding the time from before, it had already been 10 days since Xiao Yan had entered the desolate ancient ruins. If one were to carefully calculate the time of 10 days, it was likely that the members of the 4 great clans had already arrived at the ancient forest. If Xiao Yan were to continue staying in this place and the soul-gathering fruit was obtained by the members of the 4 great clans before him, he would really lose all hope. After all, with just the current Xiao Yan, he did not think that he would be able to snatch the soul-gathering fruit from the hands of those fellows. Since he wanted to obtain it, he must be 1 step faster than the others. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone slab, opened his tightly shut eyes. A sharp light suddenly flashed across the depths of his eyes. An invisible aura caused the space in front of Xiao Yan to fluctuate slightly. Huff! After letting out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest, Xiao Yan's pale face gradually regained its rosy color. However, there was still some lingering dispiritedness between Xiao Yan's brows. Knitting his brows, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and sighed. Soon after, he slowly stood up from the stone slab. This time around, Xiao Yan had indeed exhausted too much of his strength. Within 2 days, Xiao Yan had only recovered less than 50% of his strength. If he wanted to completely recover, it was likely that he would not be able to do so without another 4 to 5 days. However, time waited for no one. If Xiao Yan wanted to obtain the soul-consolidating fruit, he had to quickly pass through the large stone hall and reach the ancient forest. Only then would he have a chance to obtain the soul-consolidating fruit. However, if he continued to stay here like this, it was hard to say who would obtain the soul-consolidating fruit in the end. Mr. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Yan stand up, the 2 elders of the Union Pavilion frowned slightly and also stood up from their cross-legged positions. Currently, Xiao Yan's position in their hearts was not inferior to their pavilion master. Facing Xiao Yan, they naturally did not dare to be careless. I think it's time for me to leave. Hearing the doubtful voice of the golden-robed elder, Xiao Yan slowly turned around and faced the 2 elders. After pondering for a moment, he said, the expressions of the 2 old men were immediately startled when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. They immediately faced each other before looking at Xiao Yan. Their faces involuntarily revealed a worried expression. Mr. Xiao Yan, you can't be planning to go. That's right, The soul-consolidating fruit is my biggest goal in entering the desolate ancient ruins this time. No matter what, I must obtain it. No matter how dangerous it is, I must give it a try. Perhaps I will really obtain it." Before the golden-robed elder could finish speaking, Xiao Yan interrupted him. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan pretended to be relaxed and ridiculed him. Seeing this, the golden-robed elder duo could only silently nod their heads. They secretly prayed for Xiao Yan in their hearts. Since the former had already made his decision, they naturally could not change it. Therefore, they could only secretly hope that nothing would happen to Xiao Yan. Otherwise, even if they returned, it would be difficult to explain to their superiors. "Mr. Xiao Yan, I'm afraid that the two of us will not be able to accompany you in the future. Therefore, I hope that Mr. Xiao Yan can take care of yourself. Everything must be done with your own life as the most important." The golden-robed elder's gaze was solemn as he stared at Xiao Yan. However, he could not help but feel ashamed in his heart. Speaking of which, if it was not for Xiao Yan, it was likely that the two of them would have already died in the hands of the three brothers. Now that Xiao Yan was in trouble, the two of them did not dare to travel with him because they were afraid of those magical beasts within the ancient forest. This really caused one's heart to feel ashamed. As if he could read the elder's thoughts, Xiao Yan smiled without a care. He gently waved his hand and said with a smile, "Elder, don't blame yourself. This is my personal matter and I do not wish to implicate the two of you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I will cause more trouble for you." Seeing this, the two elders could not help but look at each other. They smiled awkwardly but did not say anything else. Soon after, Xiao Yan did not say anything else. He cupped his hands towards the two elders, turned around and walked out of the stone room. Behind him, the two elders hesitated for a moment before slowly following behind. The reason why they remained in this stone room was because Xiao Yan had not recovered. Since Xiao Yan had already decided to leave, there was naturally no need for them to continue staying. "Mr. Xiao Yan, if you really meet with any trouble that Mr. Xiao Yan is unable to resolve, please return to this place. We may not be able to do anything to those fellows inside. But as long as the two of us are here, we will definitely not allow anyone to harm even a single hair on Mr. Xiao Yan's head." When they reached the entrance of the stone room, the golden-robed elder once again cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and said solemnly. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was first slightly startled. Soon after, he heavily nodded his head and thanked the two of them. Soon after, with a thought, a pitch-black robe immediately condensed on the surface of his body and covered his entire body. After which, he turned around and flew towards the end of the tunnel. Behind him, the two elders once again looked at Xiao Yan, who had turned around and left. Soon after, they slowly turned around and flew towards the other direction. The instant Xiao Yan turned around and left, a bright light flashed in the depths of the pair of pitch-black eyes under the black robe moments later. Within the seemingly endless tunnel, Xiao Yan's figure was like a gust of wind as he rapidly flew through the tunnel. Around him, the number of undamaged stone doors increased. From this, one could see that the formations on them were becoming increasingly powerful. In fact, it was so powerful that even a 9-star half-emperor would find it difficult to destroy them. Of course, he believed that the value of the items within was rather high. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about these things. For the current Xiao Yan, no matter how good the treasures within these stone doors were, they could not compare to the spirit condensation fruit that he needed. Furthermore, at this moment, there was a rat sneakily following behind him. As expected, it seems that the gaze I felt that day was you, Brother Bing, Xiao Yan softly muttered in his heart. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan's rapidly flying figure suddenly came to a halt. His feet fiercely stomped on the air, and at the same time, his figure under the cover of the black robe suddenly twisted backwards. With a twist of his palm, a palm viciously blasted out behind him. Where did this rat come from? After following me for so long, it's time for you to reveal your true form. In the next instant, the formless void behind Xiao Yan suddenly shook violently. A white palm viciously shot out and instantly collided with Xiao Yan's palm strike. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion continuously reverberated within the wide tunnel. The echoes were like waves of bell ringing, shaking one's mind. At the same time, two figures, one black and one white, flew backwards in the middle of the tunnel. Chapter 648. In the empty passageway, the energy storm dissipated, and a soft golden light gradually filled the passageway. At this moment, two figures, one black and one white, stood opposite each other, each standing on one side of the passageway. Because of the collision just now, the ground between the two of them was torn apart by the powerful force. Cracks spread out like a spider web until they reached the ground where the two of them were standing at this moment. Humph, I didn't expect the Hulk to recover to this extent in just 2 days. But you are too confident to defeat me with just this. The words that were emitted from the mouth of the elegant white-clothed young man in the tunnel at this moment appeared to be bone-chilling. The ridicule and disdain within his words were not even the slightest bit concealed. It's you, Sun Hanshi. Opposite him, Xiao Yan, who was frowning under the black robe, also said in a solemn tone. As the words came out of his mouth, between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, soul power gushed out crazily and spread out quickly along the passage, carefully exploring inch by inch. Since the other party was the young master of the Sun family, one of the 4 major families, it would be really troublesome if the people of the Sun family gathered here. Haha, you are indeed worthy of being Xiao Yan, who is famous in the western region. You know our 4 major families quite well. At this moment, Sun Hanshi's face was filled with disdain as he eyed Xiao Yan on the opposite side. From the looks of the collision earlier, the strength that Xiao Yan currently displayed was far from sufficient to contend with him. In other words, with just the current him, he could easily kill Xiao Yan here. And as Sun Hanshi's words came out of his mouth, Xiao Yan quickly withdrew the soul power he spread out. After a round of investigation, Xiao Yan did not detect any other strange auras around him. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was only facing Sun Hanshi alone. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's face under the black robe could not help but reveal a cold smile. If Sun Hanshi was with his father, Xiao Yan would have no choice but to withdraw. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that he had been separated from his family when he had just entered the remains. Since this was the case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Soon after, just as Xiao Yan had some thoughts in his heart, Sun Hanshi, whose white clothes were fluttering, suddenly moved. In a flash, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His body in midair suddenly twisted, and a whip leg violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. Today, I will let you experience the strength of an elite Do Di. When the cold cry from Sun Hanshi's mouth sounded, a powerful Do Chi swiftly agglomerated on the leg that was violently descending on Xiao Yan's head, causing the strength that it contained to become even more frightening. At the same time, an ear-piercing rushing wind sound exploded beside Xiao Yan's ear. The sound of the wind whistled. The invisible wind was just like a sharp blade that had already descended above Xiao Yan's head. In merely an instant, Xiao Yan would die under this attack of Sun Hanshi's. This was only the first time they had met head-on, but he had already used such a heavy blow to take someone's life. It must be said that Sun Hanshi could really be called a vicious and merciless person. However, even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all at this moment. The expression in his pair of dark black clear eyes was unusually calm, just like the surface of a windless lake. Within the calmness, there was a trace of strangeness. Soon after, just as Sun Hanshi saw that his attack was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, a black light suddenly flashed out from Xiao Yan's side. At the same time, a forgiving palm that contained a purple gold glow quickly and violently grabbed the ankle of Sun Hanshi's leg that was descending on Xiao Yan. Bang! A muffled sound like metal colliding was emitted. In the next instant, the expression on Sun Hanshi's face suddenly stiffened. An expression of disbelief swiftly surged into his eyes. What? Sun Hanshi's heart was suddenly startled. His reaction was also shockingly fast. Soon after, his body forcefully twisted in midair, and his other leg violently stomped toward the human figure that had suddenly appeared. However, bang! In exchange for Sun Hanshi's attack, another steel-like fist heavily smashed into the center of his foot. Instantly, a huge force poured out, and the sole of his foot and his entire leg were instantly paralyzed. At the same time, a few of his bones were violently pressed together, emitting a muffled sound of bones colliding. As the intense pain spread, the expression on Sun Hanqi's face instantly turned deathly white. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans quickly poured out from his body. This heart-wrenching pain caused his entire body to tremble violently. Soon after, the Northern King, who was standing on the spot, suddenly twisted his strong body. Immediately, his right knee violently smashed into Sun Hanqi's abdomen. Immediately, a huge force poured out, and Sun Hanqi's body flew backward with a bang, like a deflated balloon. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless at this moment. Even though Sun Hanqi appeared to have suffered serious injuries, the other party was after all an elite Dodi. The strength of his physical body was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. The Northern King's attack might appear powerful, but it was actually just some physical pain. How could it be so easy to seriously injure a Dodi? A thought passed through his mind and he stopped the Northern King, who was about to continue attacking. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan revealed a pair of dark black eyes. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at Sun Hanqi opposite him. Although Sun Hanqi did not suffer any serious injuries after receiving 2 consecutive heavy blows, he appeared to be in an incomparably miserable state. Is this a puppet? Sun Hanqi slowly raised his head. His eyes instantly stared at the Northern King opposite him. If it was not for him, Xiao Yan would have already become a dead soul under his leg. But why is this puppet? The bloody aura on this thing. I seem to have felt it somewhere before. Soon after, Sun Hanqi could not help but frown slightly. A suspicious expression appeared in his eyes. He felt that he had felt the icy cold murderous aura from the Northern King somewhere before. Suddenly, Sun Hanqi appeared to have thought of something in his mind. Immediately, he raised his head and stared intently at Xiao Yan on the opposite side. An ice-cold killing intent crazily agglomerated within his eyes. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in an extremely icy voice. Sun Che was killed by you? HTTPS. Genius remembers this website address in 1 second. Mobile version website. Chapter 649. The ice-cold voice appeared to be about to turn the air into ice. Xiao Yan could even clearly sense that the temperature of the space where the two of them were in had instantly become cold the moment the voice was emitted. Xiao Yan did not know whether it was because his body's attribute rejected cold, or because the temperature in the air was too low, but he clearly sensed that the temperature around him had become many times colder than other places. When Xiao Yan clearly heard the words from Sun Hanqi's mouth, his face under the black robe involuntarily revealed a suspicious expression. Sun Che. He did not seem to have much of an impression of this person. However, Xiao Yan quickly recalled this person when he thought of the 4 great clans. Back then, when he had just arrived at the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, he had met the people from the 4 great clans in Mulberry Town. After which, he had killed a group of people from the Sun clan in order to save Murong Chanshan in the mountain range. In the end, the person who had escaped and was killed by the Northern King seemed to be called Sun Che. Sun Che, would you believe me if I said that I did not kill him? Xiao Yan's attitude was as calm as before in the face of Sun Hanqi's ice-cold, abyss-like questioning. If Sun Shua was present, Xiao Yan would not have any ability to retaliate. However, if he was only facing Sun Hanqi, the Northern King alone would be sufficient to suppress him. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan was not in his best condition, Xiao Yan believed that he would be able to suppress Sun Hanqi by relying on his various tactics. When Sun Hanqi heard Xiao Yan's blunt words, his face became distorted because of the fury that had suddenly risen in his heart. An extremely icy killing intent surged out uncontrollably. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan in front of him. If it was possible, he would have used his gaze to kill Xiao Yan 1,000 times over. Xiao Yan, do you know that Sun Che is my younger brother? He is my closest relative. You actually dare to kill him? Sun Hanqi, whose killing intent was about to explode in his heart, had a ferocious expression on his face. The expression on his face could not help but distort as he roared in an extremely hoarse voice. "Ha ha! What a joke! At that time he brought many people to take my life. If I didn't kill him, could it be that I would just stand there and allow him to kill me?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he curled his lips and laughed coldly. Pooh! With a sudden sound, an icy blue do chi suddenly surged out from the surface of Sun Hanqi's body. In the blink of an eye, numerous sharp blades that were agglomerated from cold ice were swiftly formed in the empty space around her. At the same time, Sun Hanqi's hands also began to form some seals. Thick do chi crazily surged out from his palm. Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the energy within this space was swiftly agglomerating following the changes in the seals formed by Sun Hanqi's hands. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and the Northern King's metal tower-like body immediately stood in front of Xiao Yan. From this angle, any attack from Sun Hanqi would be completely blocked by the Northern King. Soon after, when the seals in Sun Hanqi's hands were completely formed, an endless murderous intent in a pair of scarlet eyes turned into an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, Sun Hanqi's hand, which had formed a seal, suddenly smashed violently toward the Northern King. The instant Sun Hanqi's hand smashed forward, the invisible empty space suddenly collapsed. At the same time, an icy blue handprint also flew out from Sun Hanqi's hand. Looking at the crystal-clear appearance of the hand, those who did not know would think that it was merely an ornament. However, only a truly strong person would be able to see the strength contained in this palm. On top of this, countless sharp blades that were agglomerated from cold ice also flew out along with this palm. The combination of the two tore through the empty space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the Northern King. The Northern King waved his large hand in the face of this powerful attack from Sun Hanqi. A fist suddenly smashed into the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a frightening strength caused an invisible pit to appear in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, the space collapsed and an invisible fist shot out. It violently charged toward the incoming handprint. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, the Northern King threw over a dozen punches without any hesitation. The formless space rippled violently in front of him. Numerous fist imprints shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they swept out. Bang! A powerful energy immediately exploded when the two came into contact. Although the strength of this attack from Sun Hanqi was extraordinary, the current Northern King was at the very least an expert at the Quasi-Do D class. The strength of over a dozen consecutive punches would not be weak. Hence, the handprint that Sun Hanqi had agglomerated was ultimately destroyed by the Northern King's hands. Soon after, those ice blades that were agglomerated from cold ice still carried a sharp aura. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the empty space and landed on the Northern King's body. Bang, bang, bang. The numerous sharp ice blades carried a sharp aura that was just like the edge of a sword. The moment they touched the Northern King's body, they left behind inch-deep pits. These countless ice blades continued to land. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King's body had become uneven. Moreover, at the same time, the spot where the Northern King's body came into contact with each ice blade would immediately be covered by a layer of cold ice. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King's entire body had been completely sealed by the cold ice. The thick layer of ice tightly bound the Northern King's body, causing it to be unable to move even a little. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He immediately waved his large hand, and the heavenly flame within his body charged out to help the Northern King melt the hard ice on its surface. At this moment, a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly appeared above Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan die! The expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. His feet moved, and he instantly used the Sky Annihilation step. Soon after, his body became like a gust of wind and instantly disappeared from the spot. Soon after, the anger in Sun Hanqi's heart grew even stronger after his attack missed. His body flashed once again. The moment Xiao Yan appeared, Sun Hanqi's body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Damn it! Xiao Yan quietly cursed in his heart. He was currently not in his best condition and was unable to completely unleash the might of the Sky Annihilation Step. This was why Sun Hanshi was able to catch up to him so quickly. Now that Sun Hanshi had attacked again, Xiao Yan had no way of dodging. Even with the wonders of the Sky Annihilation Step, it was still difficult to dodge at such a short distance. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only raise the little Do Qi in his body. He waved his large hand and Do Qi gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire hand. Bang! The two white palms separated as they made contact in midair. Xiao Yan's body under the black robe suddenly shook. His body was immediately pulled back uncontrollably. His feet stomped violently on the ground. Each time his foot landed, it would leave an inch-deep footprint on the ground. When Xiao Yan stabilized his body with a grave expression, a muffled groan was involuntarily emitted from his throat. His originally pale face became even paler at this moment. Damn it! With my current condition, it is impossible for me to be a match for him. Xiao Yan inhaled 2 deep breaths. He sensed the traces of bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. He involuntarily cursed in his heart. However, when he looked at the Northern King, he found that the latter was still firmly sealed by the hard ice. It was unable to escape, much less help Xiao Yan. Seeing this, the muscles on Xiao Yan's face could not help but twitch. He clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to move, his gaze, which had just retracted from the Northern King, suddenly froze. He hurriedly looked over again. Immediately, a joyous expression appeared deep in Xiao Yan's eyes. This is about to break through. Immediately, the haze in Xiao Yan's heart was swept away. What replaced it was a deep sense of joy. As he focused his gaze, he saw that streaks of black lightning were continuously flowing across the frozen Northern King's body like spiritual snakes. Under the solid ice, the Northern King's uneven body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the slightly dim purple-gold flowing light on the surface of the Northern King's body gradually became purer. Swoosh! Just as Xiao Yan was distracted, Sun Hanshi sneered. His body suddenly flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm down on Xiao Yan's face. At the same time, Xiao Yan swiftly recovered as he sensed the wind that was pouncing toward him. A thought passed through his mind and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor covered his body. Both of his arms hurriedly blocked in front of him and blocked the attack that was coming toward him. Bang! As the attack landed, Xiao Yan's body flew backwards. Sun Hanshi took advantage of his body and quickly followed up with a vicious attack aimed at Xiao Yan's head. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's expression swiftly changed as he helplessly tried his best to block Sun Hanshi's attack in front of him. Xiao Yan, how dare you kill my younger brother? Today, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. A furious cry was emitted from Sun Hanshi's mouth. The attacks from his hands became increasingly sharp. Do Qi wildly surged, and each of his attacks was fatal. Under such a sharp attack, even Xiao Yan could only miserably defend. Helplessly, Xiao Yan could not be blamed for being so passive. If his strength had not been greatly reduced, it would not have been so easy for the person in front of him to hurt him. On the other side, the Northern King, who was sealed in the ice layer, gradually recovered. The purplish gold flowing light that lingered over his body became increasingly clear. Unknowingly, numerous tiny cracks had swiftly covered the entire ice layer. Bang! Xiao Yan's body flew back miserably after the kick landed. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed down from the corner of his mouth under the black robe. Xiao Yan's face had turned pale. Sun Hanshi's mouth carried an extremely icy smile. His eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. In the next moment, Sun Hanshi's body suddenly moved. By the time Xiao Yan lifted his head, he had already appeared above Xiao Yan's head. His body twisted and a whip kick violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. This time around, Xiao Yan was completely defenseless. Even if he wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. Xiao Yan, die! As the cold cry from Sun Hanshi's mouth sounded, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed the next moment. At the same time, that whipping kick had already descended on Xiao Yan's head at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, Xiao Yan would become a dead soul under Sun Hanqi's hand. Bang! However, at this moment, the layer of ice behind Sun Hanqi that had imprisoned the Northern King suddenly exploded. At the same time, a purple-gold flowing light flashed and appeared in front of Sun Hanqi. Sun Hanqi's expression suddenly changed drastically as a fist violently smashed into his face. A huge force poured down. Amidst a wave of cracking sounds, Sun Hanqi's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into a wall at the end of the tunnel. His entire body was deeply embedded into the wall. At a glance, he appeared extremely miserable. When Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked in front of him, the expression in his eyes was clearly filled with joy. Finally, at this critical moment, he had managed to make it in time. The purple-gold flowing light that had suddenly appeared in front of him was naturally the Northern King. The difference from before was that the current Northern King's strength had truly broken through and reached the Do D class. If the Northern King from before could only be considered a quasi-emperor, then the one standing in front of Xiao Yan at this very moment was a true one-star Do D, the Northern King. Chapter 650. Xiao Yan, it's you again. Are you planning to spoil my plans again? Yi Luotian's expression was extremely gloomy. The Do Qi inheritance was so close to him, yet it had been spoiled by the person in front of him. This really caused him to be extremely furious. At the same time that Yi Luotian's gaze landed on Xiao Yan, a black-robed person beside him was also looking at the latter with a sinister gaze. That gaze was just like a poisonous snake, causing one to shudder. Ha ha! Yi Luotian, you and I are already like fire and water. Isn't it reasonable for me to spoil your plans? Moreover, he is not someone you can touch. Xiao Yan merely laughed when he heard this. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily landed on the black-robed person beside Yi Luotian. It's him, that fellow beside Qin Yun. Why would he appear beside Yi Luotian now? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He felt a little suspicious in his heart. Just where did this black-robed person come from? From the way he was currently standing, it did not appear that he was being controlled by Yi Luotian. There was definitely some kind of special relationship between the two of them that maintained the balance between them. Xiao Yan's gaze once again turned when he thought of this. Soon after, he found Yen Hua and Yen Lai's figures in the crowd. However, he ultimately did not see Qin Yun. This caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably surprised in his heart. Xiao Yan would not be surprised if the black-robed person had betrayed Qin Yun. However, Yen Hua and Yen Lai were Qin Yun's personal guards. Why would they stand with Yi Luotian's group? Of course, all of this was no longer important to the current Xiao Yan. The most important thing was to finish off this group of people in front of him. Why did you save me? At this moment, Murong Xian had already recovered from the sudden change. He turned his gaze and saw Xiao Yan beside him. Immediately, his expression was slightly startled as he involuntarily asked. Just like what I said earlier, he and I are like fire and water. Ruining his plans is actually a good thing for me. What's more, you're Murong Qianqian's brother, so I have even more reason to take action. Xiao Yan smiled and had no intention of hiding anything. I think the last sentence is more reliable, but even so, I will still blame you for my sister running away from home. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, the shock on Murong Xian's face gradually dissipated. His previous impulsiveness was quickly suppressed at the bottom of his heart. He calmly swept his gaze across Xiao Yan before he glared hatefully at Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian, I will remember this. In the future, I will personally repay you for what you did today. For some unknown reason, even though there were 29-star Do D in front of him, the despair in Murong Xian's heart was instantly swept away when Xiao Yan appeared beside him. Even his tone had become a little colder. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the future? What future? This old man wants to see how the two of you... Oh no, the four of you will be able to escape from this old man's palm. Yi Luotian's gaze swept across Murong Xian's two protectors in disdain. One was a 9-star Do D while the other was an 8-star Do D. Such strength was not even worth mentioning in the current situation. Haha, Yi Luotian, I did not expect that you would rely on the withered leaf goo to control so many 9-star Dodi. However, you are not popular and I believe that you will sooner or later get yourself killed. Xiao Yan ignored the former's words as his gaze swept across the 29-star Dodi. His tone was cold and mocking. Controlling by force would only lead to one's own death. As of now, Yi Luotian's fate was obvious. He would die by Yi Luotian's hands sooner or later. Might trumps truth. Perhaps you are right. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to wait until that day because you will die now. Yi Luotian coldly snorted. He immediately waved his sleeve and ordered the 29-star Dodi around him to charge at Xiao Yan's group of 4. The 2 elite Dodi beside Morong Xian swiftly stepped forward and protected him from both sides. At the same time, they turned their solemn eyes to the 29-star elite Dodi who were charging toward them. They had no chance of winning against such a terrifying lineup. Even so, they would not retreat even half a step in order to protect Morong Xian from harm. Haha, let me do it. Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. There was a cold smile on his face as he slowly stepped forward. He walked to the front of the 4 and slowly raised his hand under the shocked gazes of the 2 elders behind him. He raised his hand and his palm faced the 29-star Dodi who were charging over. However, he did not use any strength. The 2 elders behind him faced each other. They violently clenched their teeth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, their hearts did not dare to relax even a little. Although they had personally witnessed Xiao Yan defeating their group, the current situation was very different from before. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan's fighting strength was, it was impossible for him to be a match for 29-star Dodi. Hence, even they did not dare to completely trust Xiao Yan in their hearts. Tsk. Even Yi Luotian could not help but laugh strangely at the strange scene. His laughter was filled with disdain. In a situation where he was facing 29-star Dodi, he actually dared to act in such an arrogant manner. This was no different from seeking death. As for the black-robed man standing beside him at this moment, when he saw this, his face under the black robe frowned and pondered. He understood Xiao Yan better than the people beside him. He believed that Xiao Yan was definitely not someone who would foolishly send himself to his death. The reason he dared to act in such a manner was definitely because he was certain of something. However, at this moment, even he could not imagine how Xiao Yan would have the ability to retaliate when facing 29-star Dodi at the same time. This was simply inconceivable. Soon after, the doubt in the black-robed person's heart was immediately answered. Freeze! A faint word was spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. In the next instant, the group of elite Dodi surrounded Xiao Yan's group. Various powerful Do techniques fell from the sky like raindrops, violently exploding toward the 4 of them. However, the entire place suddenly froze. No, it was not frozen. Instead, all the actions of the people present were controlled by a strong strength. Even those Do skills that flew out were similarly forcefully paused in midair. Xiao Yan's one word had really stopped the attacks of the 29-star Dodi. Immediately, 2 black-robed human figures appeared beside Xiao Yan in a faint manner while everyone's hearts were feeling incomparably frightened. They appeared just like ghosts. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 651. The black-colored thunderbolt was like an enormous python as it coiled around the Northern King's body. The frightening thunderbolt strength seemed to have received an order the moment the Northern King appeared as it violently smashed toward Sun Hanshi, who was charging toward it. Bang! Soon after, an explosive sound was emitted. Sun Hanshi's expression changed drastically as his body involuntarily flew backwards. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. Sounds of air exploding were emitted from under Sun Hanshi's feet. Only after 100 steps did his body come to a stop in a somewhat miserable manner. The murderous intent in Sun Hanshi's eyes became even denser when he raised his head and looked over. Humph! Do I need to rely on this puppet again? Since that is the case, I will finish off this puppet before I kill you. Sun Hanshi snorted coldly. A thought passed through his mind as an icy blue doqi swiftly spread under his feet. The extremely cold temperature sealed the entire space they were in ice in the blink of an eye. Cold ice domain, shattering starbreak. Sun Hanshi waved his large hand as he let out a cold cry. Immediately, numerous cold glows agglomerated in the air. They turned into raindrop-like doqi pillars that violently attacked the Northern King and Xiao Yan from all directions. Bang! At the same time, the Northern King's feet violently stomped on the ground. The hard layer of ice was immediately broken apart. The black-colored thunderbolt that coiled around his body seemed to have come alive. As the Northern King threw punch after punch, the black-colored thunderbolt also separated into a black-colored lightning glow that violently shot out. Unlike before, the current Northern King had not only completely recovered from the injuries he had suffered, but even his attacks were accompanied by thunderbolts. Each time his fist landed, the sound of an ear-piercing thunderbolt would appear within this space. The invisible space trembled intensely under this thunderbolt. Finally, with a bang, it shattered like a mirror and turned into an endless darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous rumbling sounds continued to resound within this tunnel that was covered by cold ice. At the same time, powerful doqi ripples also swept apart within this space. The ice layer that had just covered the tunnel gradually cracked and formed numerous clear crack lines under this frightening strength. Immediately after the explosion, Sun Hanshi's figure flashed and appeared in front of the North King in the next moment. With a twist of his left hand, he slammed it down on the North King's chest. At the same time, the North King threw a punch at Sun Hanshi. Black lightning spread up his arm and eventually covered his entire arm. Boom! The fist and palm collided and separated upon contact. However, what was different from before was that this time around, both the Northern King and Sun Hanshi were pushed back. With such a powerful attack, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Even someone like Sun Hanshi did not expect such a result. How did the Northern King, whom he had easily suppressed earlier, become so frightening in the blink of an eye? This puppet is really strange. How can its strength be? Could it be? Sun Hanshi's left arm shook and expelled the black lightning that had surged into his chi paths immediately. He lifted his eyes and looked at the North King with a grave expression. While he was feeling doubtful in his heart, his eyes swept over the black lightning that lingered over the North King's body. Immediately, the expression in Sun Hanshi's eyes changed. At the same time, he fell into deep thought. Bei Wenk did not use the black lightning in the earlier collision. It was also because of this that the lightning had neutralized most of the strength of his palm in the earlier collision. When the lightning had entered his body, it had caused him to helplessly withdraw in a miserable manner. It's because of the lightning. Suddenly, the expression in Sun Hanshi's eyes hardened. He could not help but softly exclaim. On the other side, Xiao Yan's eyes were also filled with surprise as he looked at the North King in front of him. This was especially the case when he looked at the black lightning. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although the Northern King had been able to use those black-colored thunderbolts a long time ago, it was at the very most able to achieve a numbing effect. However, this was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen the Northern King use the black-colored thunderbolts to fight. Moreover, from the looks of it, the North King had clearly refined the lightning. The two had merged into one. The lightning was just like the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body. It had completely become a part of the North King's strength. TSK. This is really unexpected. This puppet is actually able to coincidentally merge with the natural strength under the bombardment of countless lightning bolts. Come to think of it, the way this puppet of yours obtains strength is much simpler and faster than you, its master. I even suspect that between you and him, who will have greater achievements in the future. Gu Yu's mocking voice was faintly transmitted from within Xiao Yan's body, while he was feeling surprised by the strange scene of the North King. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little stunned when he heard these words. He glanced at the North King in front of him before his eyes involuntarily swept over himself. He felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, it seemed that the North King's achievements were indeed greater. When comparing the two of them, their methods of obtaining strength were the most extreme. Xiao Yan chose to swallow the heavenly flame, while the North King swallowed the lightning. Both were natural strength. Xiao Yan obtained the heavenly flame. Not only did he have to endure the pain of the heavenly flame burning his body, but if he was not careful, he might even be in fatal danger. On the other hand, the North King's steel body was indestructible. Being a puppet, it did not know pain. No matter how the lightning struck, it would eventually be swallowed by it. This method of obtaining strength could be called barbaric. Most importantly, the North King's strength did not encounter any bottlenecks. In other words, as long as it possessed sufficient lightning strength, the North King's strength would continue to grow. In other words, Xiao Yan was likely inferior to the North King. However, Xiao Yan finally laughed. The corner of his mouth parted into a smile under the black robe. So what if this was the case? Regardless of how strong the North King was, it was still not his. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Immediately, Sun Hanshi, who was standing a short distance away from the North King, slowly lifted his eyes when Xiao Yan raised his head. A pair of dark and stern eyes stared at the North King like a poisonous snake. Ice blue Do Qi gradually rose on the surface of his body. I really did not expect that a mere puppet would possess such powerful strength. It is even able to control such a strange lightning. Even so, a puppet is ultimately a puppet. In front of true strength, it is merely an ice-cold corpse. Sun Hanshi's left hand slowly clenched into a fist. His knuckles emitted a slight cracking sound. At the same time, his right arm gradually regained its agility under the recovery of the medicinal pill. Although his injuries had yet to fully recover, he was barely able to move with the Do Qi wrapped around him. Even if it is a corpse, it is more than enough to deal with you. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He believed that with the lightning on his body, the strength of the current North King was not inferior to a one-star middle-level Do Di. Moreover, under the suppression of the lightning, Sun Hanshi's strength would be greatly reduced. Sun Hanshi would undoubtedly be defeated in the following battle. Humph. Since this is the case, allow me to personally try. Sun Hanshi's face was ferocious. He clenched his large hand and an ice-blue crystal-clear broadsword appeared in his hand. The blade shook and an ice-cold air immediately lingered over it. Do Qi surged and swiftly wrapped around the entire blade. Sun Hanshi immediately swung his arm and the sharp blade immediately cut through the empty air. It carried a sharp, ear-piercing explosion as it violently hacked toward the North King's head. The North King slowly lifted his indifferent eyes when faced with this attack. Soon after, his metal fist suddenly tightened when the broadsword was about to reach him. The sound of metal colliding was emitted from his palm. The black lightning was like an enormous python that coiled around his fist. Soon after, a simple punch was violently thrown forward. Clang! The metal fist, which had a purple-gold flowing light flowing over it, violently collided with the broadsword that was coming toward him while being wrapped by the black lightning. Immediately, sparks flew in all directions. A buzzing sound reverberated within the tunnel. The two figures were shaken until they took a couple of steps back when the attack landed. Sun Hanshi's expression changed slightly. His gaze swiftly swept over the trembling broadsword in his hand. The muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. A thought passed through his mind. The Do Qi within the vortex in his body hurriedly followed his Qi paths and circulated throughout his body. After swiftly removing the lightning that had entered his body, the numbness that was transmitted from his body disappeared. What a strange lightning! Sun Hanshi quietly exclaimed in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless. This was because the North King had taken the initiative to launch an attack while he was waiting. The broadsword in Sun Hanshi's hand randomly danced. Numerous sharp Do Qi pillars carried a frightening aura that tore through the empty air as they violently shot toward the North King. The Northern King was completely fearless in the face of these Do Qi bolts. His pair of iron fists violently swung, forcefully shattering most of the blade glows into pieces. As for the small portion, he used his body to forcefully block them. Two human figures chased each other in the midair. Do Qi soared wildly as thunderbolts shot out. Their ghost-like speed caused the bodies of the two to gradually become illusionary. If Xiao Yan's strength was not quite strong, it was likely that he would not have been able to clearly see the figures of the two. The two figures collided intensely in midair. Each time they collided, they would add new damage to the broken walls around them. In just a short moment, the walls, which were already unable to endure the pressure, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. It was as though they would collapse at any moment. With the flow of time, the situation in the arena gradually became clear. Sun Hanqi's strength was originally at the initial 1-star Do D level. Although he had used the secret technique to temporarily raise his strength, this was not a long-term solution. If he continued to exhaust himself like this, he would immediately fall to rock bottom once the time limit of the secret technique was up. At that time, he would really become a fish on the chopping block, allowing Xiao Yan to do whatever he wanted. This was an outcome that he was unwilling to see no matter what. From the looks of the current situation, he either needed to defeat the North King in front of him and kill Xiao Yan in one fell swoop, or he could only miserably flee from this place. Clang! A loud sound appeared. Sun Hanqi and the North King each took 100 steps back. Under the restoration of the Black Thunderbolt, the injuries left behind by the broadsword on the North King's body were swiftly being healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Sun Hanqi only discovered that quite a number of cracks had appeared on the broadsword in his hand after he stopped his body. At this moment, there were even 2 eye-catching crack lines that were quietly spreading across the broadsword. Sun Hanqi's heart involuntarily sank when he saw this scene. Before he could do anything, Sun Hanqi was shocked to discover that the little remaining Do Qi within his body was swiftly flowing away at this moment. This also meant that the secret technique that Sun Hanqi had used was about to reach the end of its time limit. The 2 unexpected changes in front of him gave Sun Hanqi a head-on blow. Only then did he hurriedly wake up in his heart. The current him was no longer an intermediate-level 1-star Do D. The Do Qi within his body had already begun to flow away. If he was unable to end this battle within the shortest amount of time, it was likely that he would receive a fatal blow. At this moment, the North King on the opposite side of Sun Hanqi once again shot forward. The turbulent thunderbolt was like a serpent that lingered around the North King's body. With the help of the thunderbolt, the North King's speed had become increasingly frightening. "Bastard! I will fight it out with you." Sun Hanqi's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Both of his hands were swiftly raised. Even the Do Qi within his body began to swiftly circulate at this moment. Sun Hanqi's 10 fingers moved together, and a series of complicated seals were rapidly formed between his hands. The afterimages were endless, and at a glance it was actually a dazzling sight. As these seals were swiftly formed, all of the remaining Do Qi within his body swiftly flowed along his Qi paths. Finally, it followed the Qi paths in his arms and gathered in his palms. Although the speed of Sun Hanqi's hands was not fast, the North King's speed was even faster. Just as the Do skill in Sun Hanqi's hands was about to be completed, the North King's body had already appeared in front of him. What? The enormous black figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him caused Sun Hanqi's heart to suddenly become sluggish. Soon after, a metal fist violently smashed into Sun Hanqi's hands. Soon after, it heavily landed on his chest. Bang! A bang sound that was like a balloon exploding was emitted. Immediately, fresh blood scattered. Quite a number of fragments of internal organs were mixed within it. At the same time, Sun Hanqi's body was instantly bent in an extremely exaggerated manner as he shot backward. Finally, he was deeply embedded into the already shattered wall. However, just as the North King was about to move, 2 firm palm prints had unknowingly been deeply imprinted on his chest. Soon after, bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded throughout the tunnel. Everyone within a 10,000 feet radius clearly heard it. At the same time, everyone's faces had become completely shocked at this moment. Soon after, a frightening Do Qi wave suddenly swept through the tunnel in front of Xiao Yan's wildly changing expression. In merely an instant, the surrounding walls completely collapsed. Even the various treasures within the stone rooms were instantly destroyed. Chapter 652. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since the battle between Xiao Yan and Sun Hanshi, or perhaps the battle between the Northern King and Sun Hanshi. No one had expected that Sun Hanshi would actually use all of his strength to unleash that frightening Do skill at the end of the battle. With just one attack, he had instantly destroyed a large portion of the stone room. Quite a number of Bandi experts had lost their lives because of it. Fortunately, Xiao Yan did not meet with much accident in that energy storm. Although he had suffered some injuries, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly lucky compared to those Bandi experts who had lost their lives. Even the current Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little resentful when he thought of the scene back then. The frightening energy storm had destroyed a large portion of the stone room in the blink of an eye. That strength could only be described by the word frightening. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be even more shocked was that even the Northern King had suffered quite a serious injury from that attack. It was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to use the Northern King for the next couple of days unless Xiao Yan was willing to see a Do D-class fighter completely crippled in front of him. That Do skill is likely at the very least a low spirit class. During the flight, Xiao Yan's mind involuntarily recalled the battle 2 days ago. His heart involuntarily moved when he thought of the Do skill that Sun Hanshi had unleashed. It was likely that only his Angry Buddha Lotus Flame and Angry Buddha Reincarnation could compare with a spirit class Do skill in the hands of the current Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed an emotional and helpless smile when he thought of this. Being born was indeed a good thing. With a background, one would have everything regardless of whether it was training resources or various high-class Do skills. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had to rely on himself to give up everything in order to have the chance to obtain them. Moreover, he had to walk on the edge of a knife every time. However, Xiao Yan understood in his heart when he turned his head and thought about it. Although it had not been easy for him to obtain his strength, it was precisely because of this that Xiao Yan treasured this strength that he had obtained with great difficulty. This caused him to be even more focused on his Do Chi training. At the same time, compared to those members of the aristocratic families, Xiao Yan's strength was much stronger. Was this not the reason? Haha, brat, not bad. You are finally able to think through all of this. Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, involuntarily laughed in a teasing manner after having seen through him. Xiao Yan was Gugu's body. Xiao Yan, who was wrapped in a black robe, immediately turned into a breeze. Xiao Yan had disappeared from the end of the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the end of the tunnel. Currently, Xiao Yan did not have any other expectations within this large stone hall. Compared to them, he was more concerned about the movements of the 4 great clans. Xiao Yan had originally thought that given the overall strength of the 4 great clans, they should have already entered the ancient forest. However, from what Xiao Yan could see, this did not seem to be the case. It had been over 10 days since everyone had entered the remains. However, Xiao Yan was still able to meet Sun Hanshi. This also meant that the 4 great clans were not in a hurry to the deeper regions of the remains. It seemed that even they had remained in the large stone hall for a long time. Even though they had already exited the large stone hall, it should not have been more than 5 days. Xiao Yan was confident that 5 days was enough for him to catch up to the 4 great clans. While Xiao Yan was wholeheartedly flying in the direction of the ancient forest, Sun Hanshi, who was covered in injuries, was still seriously injured at a certain spot within the large stone hall. Sun Hanshi was seated cross-legged in an empty stone room. His deathly pale face was completely devoid of blood. Half of his face was purplish-black, causing him to appear even more miserable and weak. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan. This time around, I will definitely get back at you. Sun Hanshi's lips and teeth trembled as he spat out these words with great difficulty. At the same time, a cold murderous intent crazily gushed out from his eyes uncontrollably. Haha, I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to do so. However, at this moment, there was no one else other than Sun Hanshi in the empty stone room. A cold laughter filled with ridicule was suddenly heard. The instant this voice was heard, the expression on Sun Hanshi's originally pale face changed drastically. A pair of frightened eyes involuntarily swept around the stone room. The expression on his face was extremely grave. After entering the stone room, he had clearly set up a powerful formation in front of the stone room. It was impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to break it. It was even more impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to enter the stone room without him noticing. Since that was the case, what was going on right now? I am Sun Hanshi, the young master of the Sun clan of the 4 great clans. May I know who this friend is? You actually dare to make such a joke with me. Sun Hanshi forcefully pulled himself together. His pair of sharp eyes cautiously swept around the stone room. It was as though he would attack at any moment. Haha! What a coincidence! I am Baijan from the Bai clan of the 4 great clans. I am also the young master of the Bai clan. After Sun Hanshi's words sounded, the empty space at a certain spot within the stone room gradually distorted. A human figure wrapped in a black robe slowly appeared in the stone room. At the same time, a faint cold laughter was emitted from his mouth. The instant these words entered Sun Hanshi's ears, the expression in his eyes suddenly hardened. Immediately, a disdainful cold smile surfaced on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it is you, trash. Baijan, I did not expect that you actually managed to sneak into the remains. Unfortunately, you are destined to stay in this shabby large stone hall. Sun Hanshi's words were filled with disdain. Baijan was merely a half-martial emperor. Even though he was currently seriously injured, it would not be so easy for Baijan to kill him. Hearing this, Baijan's face under the black robe involuntarily revealed a cold smile. He took off the cloak on his head with one hand, revealing a fair and handsome face. At this moment, there was a cold smile that was filled with ridicule on his face. Seeing this, Sun Hanshi could not help but frown slightly. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how the half-martial emperor in front of him was going to kill him. Haha, good, Baijan. A mere half-martial emperor dares to speak such nonsense in front of me. I want to see how you are going to kill me. Baijan smiled in a non-committal manner. Soon after, his footsteps slowly walked towards Sun Hanshi, who was currently seated in the middle of the stone room. At the same time, he slowly said, "That day, I told you that the humiliation today will be repaid in the future. Today, it is time for you to repay everything." After his words sounded, before the smile on Sun Hanshi's face could spread, in the next instant, a powerful aura spread out from Baijan's body with every step he took. When Baijan arrived in front of Sun Hanshi, the aura in his body had already reached an extremely frightening degree. It was so much so that it was not inferior to the heir of the Zhua clan, Zhua Lin. The expression on Sun Hanshi's face finally gradually changed at this moment. The cold smile that had just surfaced on his face gradually solidified when this aura was transmitted over. Finally, it disappeared. Finally, it was replaced with a completely dull expression. His heart and even his soul were filled with incomparable fear at this moment. It was a long while later before Sun Hanshi's entire body trembled as he slowly spoke. His voice was filled with deep disbelief. Do di. 2-star do di. Chapter 653. The interior of the remains was an ancient forest filled with tens of thousands of beasts. The tall and straight ancient trees were like a group of mysterious strong people who did not know anything about the world. They were overlooking everything that was happening within the remains. At this moment, a group of people were seated cross-legged at a certain spot within the forest. From the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for something. If one were to look carefully, there was a middle-aged man with an extremely dense aura among this group of people. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut as he calmed his emotions. This middle-aged man was the head of the Sun clan, Sun Shua. He didn't know why, but ever since he left the giant rock hall, Sun Shua kept having a bad premonition. He kept feeling that he was missing something, which made him feel rather uneasy. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't understand. With his strength, what could possibly happen? Could it be Sun Hanshi? Sun Shua's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. Currently, Sun Hanshi was also an elite do di. Among all the people who had entered the remains this time around, the number of people who could pose a threat to him could be counted with one's fingers. However, even if those people were able to suppress Sun Hanshi, he was after all a Dodi. If they could not defeat him, it would not be so easy to kill him. Sun Shua was ultimately unable to come up with an answer no matter how he thought about it. Finally, he could only use training to gradually calm the emotions in his heart. As the head of a clan, his emotions would affect the younger generation members of the clan around him. His uneasiness would also unknowingly reduce the overall strength of this group of people. This was not a good thing. However, at a certain moment, the tightly knit eyebrows of Sun Shua, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, suddenly relaxed. However, the expression on his face did not become relaxed because of this. Instead, it faintly revealed a worried and furious expression. After a couple of breaths, Sun Shua's tiger body trembled slightly. His wide hand was slowly spread open. A pair of eyes that were filled with a glint stared at his opened right palm. Due to his nervousness, his throat involuntarily emitted a sound of swallowing his saliva. The anxiety in his heart had also become extremely intense at this moment. In the next moment, a round jade tablet appeared in Sun Shua's palm without the disciples of the family noticing. Upon closer inspection, the two words Han Shi were shockingly written on this jade tablet. However, at this very moment, crack lines after crack lines swiftly spread out on this jade tablet like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, they had densely covered the entire jade tablet. Han Shi. The situation that appeared on the jade token caused the expression on Sun Shua's face to suddenly change drastically. In the end, under Sun Shua's gaze that was on the verge of going crazy, the jade token in the center of his palm shattered with a bang and transformed into numerous fragments. No! Sun Shua's entire body trembled. The Do Chi within the vortex within his body began to churn intensely and uncontrollably at this moment. Suddenly, an unbelievable furious roar was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. Soon after, a frightening Do Chi wave suddenly erupted from Sun Shua's body. In an instant, it formed an earth-shaking energy storm that began to wreak havoc in this ancient mountain forest. As the storm swept over, the first to be injured were the younger generation members of the Sun Clan. With just one attack, these younger generation members, whose strength had yet to reach the Do D class, were immediately seriously injured and sent flying one after another. At this moment, Sun Shua did not have the time to bother about all of this. His widened eyes were filled with killing intent that soared to the sky. The scarlet color caused this entire place to be filled with an additional killing intent. A merciless, murderous aura lingered over this place. Sun Shua's right hand was firmly holding the already shattered jade tablet in his palm. That was the soul tablet of his son, Sun Hanshi. If the soul tablet was complete, it meant that he was still alive. If the soul tablet was only shattered, it meant that he was seriously injured. Now, however, the soul tablet had completely shattered. This meant that Sun Hanshi had died. From today onwards, there would no longer be such a person on this continent. Hanshi, my son, who is it? Who is it that dares to kill my son? I will definitely pull out your tendons and pull out your bones so that you will die without a burial ground. Sun Shua's body trembled intensely. His right hand, which was holding the jade tablet, suddenly exerted a force and forcefully crushed the shattered jade tablet into powder. The powder exploded in the air and scattered with the wind. Only at this moment did those members of the Sun Clan, who did not know what had happened, recover. When they heard the wild roar from Sun Shua's mouth, the expression on everyone's faces immediately changed. No one had expected that Sun Hanshi had actually died. As Sun Shua stood in the square, the other members of the Sun Clan also held their breaths and focused their attention. Everyone's eyes revealed shock and horror as they stared at Sun Shua in the square. The terrifying Do Chi storm continued to wildly wreak havoc in this place. As he stood in the middle of the storm, the emotions in Sun Shua's heart were unable to calm down for a long time. However, after a few years, his two sons had lost their lives in the hands of others. The most infuriating thing was that even so, Sun Shua did not even know who had killed his sons. How could he calm down when faced with such a matter? Who is it? Who is it? Don't tell me it is the Bai clan? Sun Shua's heart was about to go crazy. When he thought of the deaths of his two sons, the churning do-chi in his body was immediately unable to be suppressed. No, it is impossible. Other than Bai Ying, there is no one in the Bai clan who is a match for Hanshi. Moreover, Bai Ying also left the large rock hall with me. It is impossible for him to kill Hanshi. Sun Shuo carefully pondered in his heart. He guessed that it could be anyone who had killed his sons. If he really determined the murderer, he would definitely not hesitate to kill him in these remains. Hu clan? That group of people is extremely mysterious. Don't tell me it is them? The killing intent in Sun Shuo's heart gradually rose when he thought of the Hu clan. However, it was quickly eliminated by him. Although the Hu clan was strong, they had already left the large rock hall a long time ago. They had even left earlier than the other two clans. However, if one were to exclude the Hu clan and the Bai clan, there was only one remaining, the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was the last clan among the 4 great clans to enter the remains. Moreover, the Zhou clan was also the strongest among the 4 great clans. Although Sun Hanshi had already advanced to the Do-Di class, there was still quite a large gap when compared with the middle-level 2-star Do-Di Zhuolin. Moreover, the two of them had the status of heir. The Do skills that they practiced were also of quite high ranks. If they were to really fight, Zhuolin's chances of victory were still higher. Of course, other than this, there were naturally quite a number of elite Do-Di from various places in the remains. Even though this was the case, it was likely that those people would not dare to easily offend the heir of the 4 great clans. Hence, from the looks of it, the person who had the highest possibility of killing Sun Hanshi was the Zhou clan. Chapter 654. 3 days later. Within the enormous rock hall, Xiao Yan was recovering from the injuries within his body with the help of medicinal pills, while swiftly flying toward the end of the enormous rock hall. With Sun Hanshi as an example, this time around, Xiao Yan was even more careful as he hurried along the way. Along the way, he used his spiritual strength to probe his surroundings. On one hand, he was probing the end of the tunnel, searching for a method to leave the enormous rock hall. On the other hand, he was also carefully guarding against his surroundings. Who knew if there were any strong people who were good at hiding their chi following him, wanting to take his life? Finally, his efforts paid off. On this day, when Xiao Yan spread out his soul power to explore his surroundings, his soul power suddenly seemed to be devoured by something mysterious. He couldn't find the end of it for a while. Xiao Yan's heart rejoiced instead of feeling shocked when he sensed this. The sky extinction steps under his feet were unleashed to its limit in an instant. His body, which was covered by a black robe, immediately transformed into a breeze. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this endless tunnel. After a short while, Xiao Yan's figure was already standing in front of a space tunnel that was surrounded by a milky white light. This space tunnel looked no different from the space tunnels that Xiao Yan had seen at the beginning. This was one of the reasons why Xiao Yan could recognize it at a glance. Phew! Finally found it. Seeing the space tunnel in front of him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it had been half a month since he had entered the ruins. During this time, Xiao Yan had gone through more than 10 battles. Fortunately, he had finally arrived here without any danger. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled. Immediately, he inhaled a deep breath of air through his nose. His feet moved and he stepped into the spatial tunnel in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan's figure was like a leaf that was submerged in water, as he was instantly swallowed by the milky white light. At the same time, on a certain huge open space outside the ancient forest, 2 huge space tunnels that were close to each other suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, 2 black-robed human figures leaped out from within. Immediately, they stood steadily on the open space under their feet. At this moment, there were quite a number of scattered elite Do-Di who had passed through the space tunnel and arrived at the large open space. Everyone looked over and saw a tall, towering, ancient pine tree that stood proudly in the distance. This tall tree trunk reached the clouds. Despite being a great distance away, those ancient trees still gave people an indescribable pressure when they looked at them. This aura pressure was not a pressure that was formed from any kind of strength. Instead, it was the most natural pressure. This pressure was the natural strength that had gradually settled in this ancient forest after a countless number of years. Under this pressure, even an elite Dodi would need to show some respect. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, landed on the ground. A pair of clear eyes under the black robe swiftly swept around the square. Finally, when his gaze landed on his right, the expression of the pair of clear eyes under the black robe involuntarily became a little solemn. At this moment, there was actually a similarly black-robed human figure standing quietly on Xiao Yan's right. His actions were similar to Xiao Yan's. He first glanced at the ancient forest in front of him with a vast and mighty aura. The eyes under the black robe revealed a shocked expression. Soon after, he seemed to have sensed the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over from the side. Immediately, the two gazes swiftly clashed in midair. Soon after, they turned away one after another. Who is this person? What a powerful strength! The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he sensed the powerful aura that filled those eyes. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. The strength of the person in front of him was likely not weak. On this point, he was even stronger than Sun Hanshi. While this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, the black-robed person beside him was similarly guessing the current Xiao Yan in his heart. However, the nose of the human figure under the black robe immediately emitted a soft laugh. Immediately, his body moved and he ignored Xiao Yan. Instead, he took the lead and flew towards a certain direction in this ancient forest. Xiao Yan's face carried some suspicion as he frowned slightly when he saw this human figure leave. Only then did he ignore the other party. His body moved and he similarly flew towards a certain direction that he believed to be going. Old Gu, do you know that person from earlier? I don't know. Don't ask me. Xiao Yan had just asked Guyu a question in his heart, while he was flying, when Guyu poured a bucket of cold water on him, extinguishing the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart. Hee, brat, since you are curious, why don't you personally ask him? Why must you ask an old man like me all these questions? What do you take this old man for? Guyu laughingly scolded. Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile upon hearing this. He lifted his eyes and looked at the tall trees in the distance. Shock gradually surged into his heart. A short moment later, Xiao Yan finally entered this ancient forest. He found what he believed to be the tallest ancient tree in this place and immediately leaped onto it. He found a thick tree trunk, but he did not immediately use his spiritual strength to search for the soul-gathering fruit. Instead, he twisted his legs and sat down on this tree trunk. Traveling for a couple of days was quite exhausting on one's do qi. Moreover, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had yet to be healed. Searching for the soul-gathering fruit at this moment was really not a wise choice. Hence, Xiao Yan planned to rest in this place for a night. It would not be too late to begin searching for the soul-gathering fruit after he had recovered most of the injuries and do qi within his body. Otherwise, excessive exhaustion would not be a good thing for Xiao Yan. After all, the people he was about to face next were all genuine elite do di. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might lose his life in this place. No matter how one put it, this did not allow him to act impulsively. As Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, waves of natural energy swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yan. They passed through the clothes on the surface of his body, followed all the pores on his body, and poured into his body. They entered his chi paths and followed the route of the flame mantra chi method. After circulating one round within his body, they were finally completely refined by the heavenly flame. Immediately, they transformed into a drop of extremely pure do qi water droplet that entered the vortex space in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body also gradually recovered as the heavenly flame rose within his body. Chapter 655. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight from the horizon scattered onto Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for an entire night, suddenly opened at this moment. A beautiful flame glow instantly flashed across his pair of dark black eyes. Even the aura around his body had become incomparably thick. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a deep breath of air. He raised his eyes and his gaze shot toward the deep parts of the forest in the distance. His dark black gaze was like an arrow that pierced through the clouds. It penetrated through the countless number of gaps between the branches and leaves. At the edge of his sight, Xiao Yan seemed to have vaguely seen an ancient magical beast that was in a deep slumber. Ugh! This is... Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled. His mouth involuntarily let out a surprised cry. Soon after, the magical beast at the edge of his sight also seemed to have discovered something. A pair of tightly shut huge beast eyes suddenly opened. The brown-colored beast eyes, which were the size of a human, revealed a warm fury. "Human, you dare to spy on this D?" A low roar was emitted. In an instant, it was like a rumbling thunder. The entire mountain forest shook intensely at this moment. The magical beasts in the mountain forest were shaken back by this sound. Even some of the human Do-D, who heard this roar, had a drastic change in their expressions. At the same time that their hearts were shocked, their bodies also hurriedly pulled back. Buzz! When Xiao Yan withdrew his mind, the low beast roar continued to reverberate in his mind. It was like the sound of a bell. The invisible pressure that it contained almost caused his head to feel like it was about to split apart. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's entire face had turned red. The veins on his forehead bulged. Even his pair of dark black eyes were actually filled with fresh blood at this moment. One could imagine just how much pain Xiao Yan was enduring at this moment. The intense pain that was transmitted from his mind caused Xiao Yan's expression to suddenly become distorted. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Suppress him! Suddenly, Xiao Yan, whose face was filled with pain, emitted a furious roar from his mouth. His body shook and a frightening spiritual strength immediately swept out from within the soul bead in his mind. It swiftly spread out from his body and wrapped around the space within dozens of feet around Xiao Yan. Within this space, a powerful spiritual pressure continued to rise. Finally, the low roar that shook one's soul was completely eliminated from Xiao Yan's mind. Only then did Xiao Yan slowly relax his body. His face involuntarily revealed an expression that still had some lingering fear. What frightening strength! Just his roar alone is enough to make me exhaust all my energy. Just how frightening is this fellow's actual body? Xiao Yan resentfully withdrew his gaze. However, he no longer dared to look in that direction. What a joke! If he really offended an expert of that level, it was likely that even with Xiao Yan's speed, he would not be able to leave his current position. Xiao Yan did not doubt in his heart that the strength of this magical beast far surpassed the 4 elite Do-D from the 4 great clans who had come this time around. Its strength was likely at least that of a 4-star Do-D. You were really lucky. Fortunately, he did not really attack you. Otherwise, you would have already died. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard Gu Yu's mocking words. Old Gu had really done a good job of leaving all the work to others. He really did not care when he said that he would not intervene. If Xiao Yan's willpower had not been firm earlier, it was likely that he would have been killed by that roar if he had allowed it to reverberate. Old Gu, just what kind of magical beast is that? It is actually this frightening. It is merely a small monkey. Of course, it can indeed be described as frightening to you. Gu Yu laughed as he spoke in a mocking tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily curled his mouth when he heard this. Soon after, Gu Yu continued. Towering giant ape, 5-star Do-D. These words caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to become dull. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect this fellow to actually be a 5-star Do-D class magical beast. 5-star Do-D. TSK, how frightening. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened as he involuntarily exclaimed in shock. 5-star Do-D. This kind of strength was sufficient to kill anyone present in this remains. It must be said that this towering giant ape was really extremely frightening. However, soon after, Gu Yu once again softly spoke in an unknown manner while Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart. Ha! Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled. He involuntarily felt a little doubtful. This towering giant ape seems to have some kind of seal placed on it by someone. Xiao Yan's expression was immediately startled when these words were uttered. However, his face quickly became stunned. A 5-star Do-D towering giant ape. This kind of strength was actually sealed by someone. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening this fellow's true strength was. All right, don't think too much about it. You should leave. You have yet to find the soul-gathering fruit. Don't tell me that you are not going to find the soul-gathering fruit just because of a 5-star Do-D? Guyu urged. Xiao Yan only nodded after recovering. Currently, it was more important to find the soul-gathering fruit. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and continued to sit cross-legged. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. A thought passed through his mind, and a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately swept out in all directions from between his brows. With the earlier lesson, the current Xiao Yan was a lot more cautious. He tried his best to avoid the powerful magical beasts within the mountain forest while his spiritual strength searched in all directions. The vastness of this ancient forest was clearly beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. Even with the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he was still unable to discover anything after searching for 15 minutes. Instead, he had nearly ended up provoking a couple of powerful magical beasts. However, even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not feel anxious. Instead, he calmed his heart and carefully searched every inch of the mountain forest. He hoped that he would be able to find some information related to the soul-gathering fruit. As Xiao Yan's spiritual strength continued to spread, time quietly flowed by like sand between his fingers. Xiao Yan had unknowingly searched for a total of 2 hours. Xiao Yan's meticulous search finally paid off as he searched inch by inch. When Xiao Yan's face appeared pale, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength suddenly spread to a certain spot and finally found the lake that the gray-robed old man had mentioned back then. It was a ring-shaped lake. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, there was indeed a small island in the middle of the lake. Found it! Chapter 656. This sudden unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiao Yan could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the Do-Chi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging onto Xiao Yan's arm suddenly moved. Compared to Xiao Yan, as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence toward this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiao Yan's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame Do-Chi was ignited on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yan's sleeve. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiao Yan. A pair of bright ruby-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, the instant he looked at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiao Yan's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. After Xiao Yan spoke, the petite narwhal snake by the side also spat out its scarlet tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, A terrifying aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the world around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Roar! Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. Humph, although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful cold snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the narwhal snake's cold snort. At this moment, the emerald leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar! An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiao Yan. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the narwhal snake's strength had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Do-D after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Do-D. In front of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiao Yan's pupils. Puff! Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiao Yan had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist curled and rose in the air above Xiao Yan's palm. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, the ancient tree could not help but let out a terrified voice despite its strength being at the Do-D level. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the Do-D level, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiao Yan by the side was added, the heavenly flame would only need to ignite a part of the ancient tree's trunk, following which the entire tree would be ignited. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not intervene, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiao Yan's eyes were cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, human. No, sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiao Yan's words, the ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiao Yan involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiao Yan also glanced over and smiled in a non-committal manner. Turning his gaze back to the enormous tree in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flame lights landed on the ground around the enormous tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard. After coldly uttering these words, Xiao Yan took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the enormous tree in front of it, and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 657. Narwhal Snake? Seeing this enormous creature in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes instantly hardened. Soon after, the expression on the face under the black robe also became stunned at this moment. Roar! Human, this is my territory. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, I will swallow you alive. Although Xiao Yan recognized the narwhal snake in front of him, the current Xiao Yan was wearing a black robe. With this black robe blocking his aura, even the narwhal snake, which had met him once before, was unable to recognize the identity of the person in front of it. A thunder-like roar was emitted from the narwhal snake's bloody mouth. Immediately, the space where Xiao Yan was standing began to tremble intensely. Wave-like spatial ripples swept out in all directions. Waves of buzzing sounds were emitted. The invisible energy was like a storm that violently attacked Xiao Yan. In response to this, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an astonished expression under the black robe. In less than 2 years, the strength of this big fellow in front of him had actually surprisingly reached the level of a Dodi. This was really surprising. Although the current narwhal snake's strength had already reached the level of a Dodi, Xiao Yan felt a lot more relaxed in his heart when facing it. Xiao Yan allowed the hurricane to blow away the doping on his head. His body, which was standing in the same spot, did not move even a little. His handsome face carried a shallow smile as his gaze warmly eyed the enormous being in front of him. An elite Dodi was an expert who no one dared to underestimate within the remains. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had ended up in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Soon after, when the narwhal snake in front of him clearly saw the face of the tiny ant-like human in front of it, the pupils of the huge scarlet beast eyes of the narwhal snake suddenly shrunk. The part of its body that was exposed on the surface of the lake could not help but retreat a little. You, aren't you? Hee, old friend, it has been a long time since we last met. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and laughed when he saw the huge snake in front of him, revealing a seemingly frightened manner. Roar! Soon after, the huge snake in front of Xiao Yan suddenly roared at the sky. Immediately, its huge body suddenly charged out of the lake under Xiao Yan's stunned gaze. It coiled around Xiao Yan's body and surrounded him in the middle. As for the incarnation and the northern king, they were left to the side in a daze. Cough, cough. Seeing the huge snake in this manner, even with Xiao Yan's character, he could not help but reveal an embarrassed smile on his face. Could it be that this big fellow in front of him still remembered how he had toyed with it in order to practice the sky's absolute sky step and wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank. The development of this situation was different from what he had imagined. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan's heart was about to involuntarily act when the whale snake that was surrounding him suddenly let out a loud woo-woo cry. From the sound of that voice, it was as though it had seen its savior. Roar! Xiao Yan, how did you enter this lousy place? A rough voice that was filled with surprise was emitted from the narwhal snake's mouth. The thunder-like sound caused the entire space to tremble intensely. After hearing these words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly calmed down. At the same time, surprise involuntarily surged into his heart. From what he remembered, he seemed to have only mentioned his name once to this fellow in front of him. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be surprised was that the narwhal snake was actually able to call out his name without any hesitation. However, Xiao Yan immediately withdrew his thoughts. In his heart, he quietly guessed that perhaps the narwhal snake in front of him had a good memory. Soon after, he explained to the narwhal snake in front of him how he had entered the remains. After Xiao Yan's explanation, the huge snake in front of him nodded repeatedly. In the end, Xiao Yan also looked up at the narwhal snake in front of him with a curious face and asked in a puzzled tone, "What about you? How did you enter this ruin?" When the outside world saw the Scarlet Lake for the first time, the first thought in Xiao Yan's mind was that it was the blood of the huge snake in front of him. But now it seemed that all this was not the case. "I came here a few months ago. I came in a few months ago. At that time, a group of humans found the ruins at the bottom of the lake, so they chased me away. When I returned there, other than a hole at the bottom of the lake, those human experts had disappeared. I was curious, so I entered the hole and then came here. But I didn't expect that not long after I came in, the ruins were completely closed. After that, I accidentally came to this ancient forest and found that the guy on the shore was on the verge of death. At this point, the huge snake laughed. Its voice was so ear-piercing that it made Xiao Yan's scalp tingle. I discovered that the monster core in this fellow's body was still considered complete. In order to not waste his strength, I could only help him keep it. At this point, Xiao Yan finally understood. No wonder the strength of the narwhal snake had actually reached the level of a 1-star Dodi from an initial 9-star half-emperor in just 2 years. Xiao Yan sighed and smiled. At the same time, the huge snake in front of him also recovered at this moment. A pair of huge scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Yan in front of him as it asked in a rough voice, "Since you said that this ruin has been completely opened, can you help me leave this place?" Although there were many natural treasures in this ancient forest, this place was ultimately a man-made space. Compared to this place, the outside world was where the strong lived. The narwhal snake was one of the higher bloodlines among the snake-type magical beasts. Deep in its bones, it could not tolerate being restricted. Only the outside world could allow it to feel freedom and strength. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled. Immediately, a glint flashed in his dark black eyes. He nodded to the narwhal snake in front of him and smiled. "Haha, this is naturally not a problem. To be able to travel with a Dodi is something that I wish for." Xiao Yan's words were indeed true. Currently, Sun Hanshi had yet to die. It was likely that the members of the 4 great clans already knew that Xiao Yan was in the ruins. During this trip, it was extremely likely that his identity had already been exposed. If he was able to travel with this big fellow in front of him, Xiao Yan would be able to reduce a lot of pressure on his subsequent journey. However, matters of the future could be discussed later. Everything was more important in the present. Before this, Xiao Yan still had something that he had yet to settle. Standing in front of the lake, Xiao Yan's gaze passed over the surface of the lake in front of him. Finally, it landed on the center of the lake on the jade-like white fruit tree. That was the Soul Consolidating Fruit Tree. Chapter 658. Looking at the Soul Consolidating Fruit Tree on the island in the middle of the lake, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he could not help but feel a surge of fiery emotions in his heart. After searching bitterly for such a long time, the Soul Consolidating Fruit had finally appeared in front of his eyes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body moved. With the narwhal snake following behind him, they had already appeared on the island in the blink of an eye. Looking at the Soul Consolidating Fruit that was almost within reach, Xiao Yan's emotions became even more excited. Unknowingly, his face had become a little flushed. Standing beside the Soul Consolidating Fruit Tree, Xiao Yan's eyes carefully sized up the Soul Consolidating Fruit Tree in front of him. A ray of astonishment flashed across the depths of his eyes. He could not help but feel astonished by the creation divine art of heaven and earth. The trunk of the fruit tree was only as thick as an adult's arm. As the branches intertwined, they extended out like vines, outlining a strange silhouette. If one were to look at it from afar, one would realize that the posture of the entire tree was like a child laughing foolishly. This is the Soul Consolidating Fruit Tree. Looking at the Soul Consolidating Fruit Tree in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but click his tongue in amazement. In this slightly fluctuating tone of his, it was not difficult to hear that Xiao Yan was suppressing a sense of ecstasy in his heart. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had a glow lingering over them, continued to slowly shift downwards. As his gaze descended, he saw that in the child's hands, there was a completely snow-white fruit that was as smooth as jade. It was emitting a bright milky white glow as it stood there leisurely. The smooth fruit was perfectly round and shaped like a precious pearl. There was not a speck of dust on it, and it emitted a faint exotic fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. Even one's spirit would be raised by several times in an instant. Soul-consolidating fruit. Finally seeing the thing that he had been thinking about the most for a long time, Xiao Yan felt a little helpless in his heart for a moment. I didn't touch this thing. I kept it for you. At this moment, behind Xiao Yan, the huge narwhal snake moved its huge head closer to observe the small tree that was as small as a grass stamen in its eyes. When it looked at the soul-consolidating fruit, there was a hint of desire in its eyes. However, in the end, the narwhal snake kept its thoughts away. Upon hearing the whale serpent's words, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. Soon after, he also thought of this point. Indeed, if the narwhal serpent was willing, it could have swallowed this soul condensation fruit before the ruins opened. However, he did not expect that it would actually keep it until now and even say such words. You deliberately left this for me? Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the whale serpent behind him, asking in a puzzled voice. This thing is useless to me even if I swallow it. What use do I have for it? However, I know that you are an alchemist and should be able to use it. I left this thing for you, you can help me refine pills. Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. From the looks of it, this enormous beast in front of him was not a fool. Since it was able to think of Xiao Yan, it naturally had its own thoughts. I didn't know if there would be any harm in plucking this fruit directly, so I didn't dare to pluck it. I didn't expect you to come here, The narwhal snake laughed foolishly. Although its laughter was terrifying, Xiao Yan had gradually gotten used to it. He gave the narwhal snake a grateful smile. Although the narwhal snake had its own plans for doing so, no matter what, the one who benefited the most from this was still Xiao Yan. Just based on this point, Xiao Yan felt that the huge snake in front of him was enough to make him feel grateful. Otherwise, if it had really swallowed this condensing soul fruit, he wouldn't have been able to wait until now. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yan looked at the condensing soul fruit tree in the middle of the small island. He couldn't help but feel thankful for the condensing soul fruit. The narwhal snake was right. The safekeeping of the condensing soul fruit wasn't that simple. If it was directly plucked using the usual method, the result would be the rapid loss of the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Unless it was swallowed and refined on the spot, it would turn into a rotten fruit and the spiritual energy within it would naturally dissipate. In order to pluck such a high-grade natural treasure, the only way was to use some similarly high-quality jade artifacts. The spiritual energy contained within the condensing soul fruit was extremely pure. It was also because of this that the condensing soul fruit couldn't be tainted at all. In order to perfectly preserve the spiritual energy within it and prevent it from dissipating, one had to use jade artifacts that didn't contain any impurities. Xiao Yan didn't know how long he had been looking forward to this day. With regards to this scene in front of him, he didn't know how many times he had imagined it in his heart. As for those high-quality jade artifacts, he was naturally prepared. Walking in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiao Yan flipped his palm. Suddenly, a crystal-clear jade dagger appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. He held the dagger tightly in one hand. At the same time, a light flashed in his other hand and a jade box made of the same material appeared in his hand. With the combination of the two, it was able to ensure that the condensing soul fruit would be kept in the jade box the moment it was separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. This was the most perfect way to preserve the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Slowly squatting down in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiao Yan carefully controlled the dagger with one hand to approach the stem between the condensing soul fruit tree and the condensing soul fruit tree. At the same time, his other hand held the jade box and placed it below the condensing soul fruit. After which, he used the dagger in his hand to gently cut the condensing soul fruit from the stem. Without the infusion of Do Qi, a jade dagger normally wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. However, at this moment, facing this condensing soul fruit tree, Xiao Yan didn't even use any strength and the condensing soul fruit tree completely separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. Immediately after, it fell into the jade box below. Immediately, Xiao Yan's mind moved. The jade box that he had prepared earlier hurriedly rose into the air and perfectly sealed the jade box. After ensuring that the condensing soul fruit within was not damaged at all, Xiao Yan finally exhaled softly. He hugged the jade box with both hands. The wild joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. Xiao Yan carefully stored the jade box into his storage ring. Only after everything was prepared did he stand up. Immediately, Xiao Yan felt that an enormous rock in his heart had finally been completely removed. Deep within his heart, he was finally able to breathe. "Haha! I've finally gotten it. Let's go. Since we're here, let's take a look at the depths of these remains." With a soft laugh, Xiao Yan's face was filled with joy. Even the narwhal snake beside him also let out a happy low roar. After being trapped here for so long, it could finally leave. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to move, Ling Tian's body paused slightly in the air. His mouth laughed as he slowly turned his body in front of the confused large eyes of the whale snake by the side. He looked at the dead snake on the shore. Even though a Do D-class magical beast was dead, its value was still quite high. Even other elite Do D would be moved by it. In front of Xiao Yan, how could he easily let go of such a huge gold mine? Chapter 659. After Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake had left the lake for a long time, quite a number of elite Do D finally arrived one after another. However, all they saw was an empty lake. This place and the spirit-gathering fruit had already been taken away by someone. This place was still empty. This is the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Don't tell me that the spirit-gathering fruit has appeared here. Some of the elite Do D who had arrived also recognized the small tree when they saw it. Immediately, numerous words that were filled with surprise were emitted from the mouths of the elite Do D present. Soon after, they turned into numerous helpless sighs. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also swiftly traversing through the mountain forest alone at a certain spot within the ancient forest. His body, which was wrapped in a black robe, was just like a dark black arrow that instantly passed through the empty space. A soft buzzing sound was emitted one after another from the adjacent towering ancient trees. With Xiao Yan's incomparably fast speed, it caused those sounds to sound as though they were one. At this moment, the narwhal snake had transformed its body in order to not attract the attention of the various experts within the forest. It had become a mini snake that was only a couple of inches long. It clung to Xiao Yan's arm under the black robe. Under the cover of the black robe, no one could discover the powerful magical beast that was hidden under the black robe. The vastness of the ancient forest caused Xiao Yan to be destined to stay in this place for a couple of days. However, this was also good. In this way, Xiao Yan would be able to recover his strength as much as possible before he reached the deeper regions of the remains. This would also allow Xiao Yan to have more confidence in competing with the people from the 4 great clans in this remains. During the journey, Xiao Yan had naturally seen quite a number of elite Do D who were resting. These people were different from those elite Do D. As Do D, most of them traveled alone. Their powerful strength was sufficient to allow them to face various dangers alone. Of course, this was only a partial explanation. Perhaps it was because of their great strength that they became even more afraid of death, causing them to no longer trust anyone. Blindly being cautious had caused them to lose something more important than strength. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes under the black robe was indifferent in the face of these various gazes that were filled with caution. He was already used to such people. Naturally, he would not feel anything. On the other hand, the narwhal snake that was currently climbing on Xiao Yan's arm carefully glanced at the gazes of those people in the outside world. Even though it was a magical beast, its heart could not help but feel a chill. These humans, aren't they a little too scary? Their eyes even scare us magical beasts. You humans say that magical beasts are scary, but in my opinion, you humans are the scariest. A soft voice was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. From these words, Xiao Yan did not hear any intention of joking. It was completely cold ridicule and ridicule. Xiao Yan's flying body suddenly became sluggish when he heard this. This small change immediately attracted the gazes of those strong people. A mysterious black-robed person whose strength they could not see through. This person did not allow them to be careless in their hearts. Of course, while these people were on guard against Xiao Yan, this mysterious person, everyone was naturally on their guard against each other. Currently, all of them were competitors within these remains. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. There were only a few treasures that could catch the eye of a Dodi. Other than the 4 great clans, the amount of profit that the Dodi present could get was even more pitiful. Hence, these people would often treat others as prey. It was also because of this that almost everyone had such thoughts in their hearts. Naturally, they would be even more careful and cautious with each other. Of course, this kind of atmosphere was destined to not be maintained for long. This was because as long as an opportunity appeared, a treasure that could move all the Dodi's heart appeared in front of these people, this group of people would immediately turn into a pack of hungry wolves. They would crazily bite and snatch without caring about anything else. Humph humph. Xiao Yan's nose involuntarily emitted a cold laugh as he glanced at the many elite Dodi present. That's right, it was just like what the narwhal snake had said. Sometimes, once a human became terrifying, even the magical beast race, which was synonymous with ferocity, would have to temporarily hide. At the very least, from the looks of it at this moment, the narwhal snake that resided on Xiao Yan's arm was still worthy of Xiao Yan's trust. It was not like this group of people in front of him. Once he revealed a wound to them, not only would he not receive the care that a human should receive, but he would instead cause them to reveal rows of bloodthirsty shark-like teeth. Xiao Yan's gaze indifferently swept over the many elite Dodi who were currently seated cross-legged in the forest. The eyes under the black robe flickered slightly. Immediately, his body moved and flew toward the deep regions of the mountain forest. When Xiao Yan's figure completely disappeared from their sight, those elite Dodi who were seated cross-legged in the forest withdrew their pair of cautious eyes. Immediately, they swept over the other people around them. The cautious expression in their eyes did not decrease but instead increased. A moment later, Xiao Yan raised his head and watched the sky that was gradually becoming dark in the mountain forest. The special envoy could not help but frown slightly. No wonder those elite Dodi would gather in one place. The ancient forest at night was likely the most dangerous time. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan took in a deep breath. His gaze randomly swept across the mountain forest. After a few breaths, the gaze under the black robe locked onto a remote tree hole. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately, his body moved. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of the tree hole. Most of the ancient trees in the ancient forest had a cross-section that was a few feet long. At this moment, the ancient tree in front of Xiao Yan was even larger. Therefore, standing in front of this tree hole, Xiao Yan seemed to be standing in front of a natural villa. Just by looking at it from the outside, the size of this tree hole was enough for more than 100 people to stand there at the same time. Furthermore, there was only Xiao Yan at this moment. Haha! I did not expect that I would actually encounter such a natural place in this deep mountain forest. Xiao Yan smiled. Without thinking much, he took a step forward and was about to step into this tree hole. However, at this moment, in front of Xiao Yan, this huge tree that could support the sky actually began to move. In an instant, this ancient tree appeared to have come alive. The numerous vines on the ground immediately stood up like numerous large snakes. Green Do Chi instantly spat out from the vines, transforming into numerous dark green arrows that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, under the black robe, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically at this moment. Chapter 660. This sudden unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiao Yan could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the Do Chi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging onto Xiao Yan's arm suddenly moved. Compared to Xiao Yan, as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence towards this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiao Yan's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame Do Qi was ignited on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yan's sleeves. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiao Yan. A pair of bright ruby-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, when he turned to look at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiao Yan's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. The moment Xiao Yan's words were uttered, the small narwhal snake by the side also extended its scarlet snake tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, a frightening aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the area around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Roar! Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. Humph, although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the snort of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the emerald green leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar! An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiao Yan. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the strength of the narwhal snake had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Do Di after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Do Di. In front of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. Puff! Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiao Yan had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, above Xiao Yan's palm, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist rose in spirals. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, this ancient tree could not help but emit a terrified voice from within the tree hole even though its strength had reached the level of a Do Di. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the level of a Do Di, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiao Yan by the side was added and the heavenly flame was unleashed. As long as a part of the ancient tree's trunk was ignited, it would immediately ignite the entire tree. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not attack, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiao Yan's gaze was cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, 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 human. No, sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiao Yan's words, this ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiao Yan also involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiao Yan also glanced over and smiled in a non-committal manner. Turning his gaze back to the huge tree in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flames landed on the ground around the huge tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard. After coldly uttering these words, Xiao Yan took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the huge tree in front of it, and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 661. The next day, in the ancient forest with luxuriant foliage, towering ancient trees stood tall. Between the dense foliage, beams of sunlight passed through the cracks and shone on the ground of the forest, forming round spots of light, just like the bright stars in the night sky. At this moment, Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged within a spacious tree hole under a particularly tall and towering ancient tree. Following the slow circulation of the flame art chi method in his body, the threads of TNT energy in the world seemed to be attracted by something as they gathered toward Xiao Yan's body within the tree hole. The mixed natural energy lingered around Xiao Yan's body before it passed through the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing and gradually poured into his body through the pores all over his body, after which it quietly flowed along the route of the flame art chi method. After one cycle of refinement, it was refined a second time by the heavenly flame until it agglomerated and transformed into a drop of pure do chi water droplet that merged into the space within the vortex. This repeated refinement continued for a long time. Only when the sky was already bright did Xiao Yan withdraw from his training state. A pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for an entire night also slowly opened at this moment. The instant he opened them, an extremely obscure glow flashed across the depths of his eyes. After opening his eyes, Xiao Yan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for an entire night. Immediately, his gaze gently glanced at his surroundings, and a smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of his mouth. He shook his head gently and stood up from the ground. Moving his feet, he walked out of the tree hole. After walking out of the tree hole, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Those brilliant flames that were still floating in midair immediately turned into a couple of rays of light that entered Xiao Yan's body in the blink of an eye. With the protection of this ancient tree, Xiao Yan was indeed not disturbed by any sound for the entire night. In this regard, Xiao Yan could not help but quietly laugh in his heart. It seemed that this fellow had really put in all his effort in order to survive. As Xiao Yan quietly laughed in his heart, the miniature panic-stricken body of the narwhal snake slowly appeared in the empty space beside him. Hee, you are really diligent. Since this is the case, we will not take your life. The narwhal snake laughed as it eyed the ancient tree in front of it. At this moment, it had already guessed most of what Xiao Yan was thinking. Walala. Once these words were spoken, the ancient tree, which had been quiet for an entire night, suddenly shook intensely. A pair of jade-green beast eyes also involuntarily revealed a resentful expression. Soon after, however, it turned its gaze toward the current Xiao Yan. Although the narwhal snake had already spoken, after experiencing this matter, it understood in its heart that between the human and beast in front of it, this human wearing a black robe was clearly the leader. The right to make the final decision in any matter was still in the hands of this human. This also included its life and death. With this thought in mind, the ancient tree's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. When Xiao Yan in front of it saw this scene, he also sensed something in his heart. He smiled faintly and immediately turned around. At the same time, he gently lifted his hand and spoke to the narwhal snake. "All right, I have rested for a night. It is time to leave. Also, thank you for your hospitality." At the end of his words, when Xiao Yan said the word hospitality, his tone was slightly heavier. This also caused the ancient tree, which had just calmed down, to suddenly become tense again. It resentfully let out 2 low roars. Immediately, the figures of Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake slowly disappeared from its sight under the latter's respectful gaze. After resting for a night, Xiao Yan's aura had clearly recovered quite a lot. During the next few days, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake continued to travel in this manner during the day and rest at night as they continued to travel deeper into the remains. Along the way, Xiao Yan also discovered quite a number of traces left behind by elite Dodi when they passed by. However, judging from the length of time that the traces were left behind, Xiao Yan's and the narwhal snake's traveling speed was not much different. After 4 consecutive days, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had completely recovered under the slow training. Even his strength, which had just broken through to the middle level of a 6-star Dodi, had completely stabilized. Other than this, the Northern King's strength within the storage ring had also completely recovered. In other words, the current Xiao Yan already had 2 elite Dodi by his side. Adding Xiao Yan, whose strength far exceeded his own level, it was likely that only the people from the 4 great clans could swallow their group in this entire remains. Finally, after 4 consecutive days of traveling, Xiao Yan led the narwhal snake and finally walked out of this incomparably vast ancient forest at noon on the 5th day. As the black-robed Xiao Yan's body was completely bathed in the sunlight, the field of vision in front of Xiao Yan had completely widened. His body once again flew forward for a distance. Soon after, an enormous ancient hall finally appeared within Xiao Yan's sight. From the looks of it, this should be the main hall. His mouth softly muttered. At the same time, Xiao Yan's gaze also landed on the large hall in front of him. This large hall was entirely golden in color. The glazed golden light covered the entire ancient hall, causing the entire hall to appear extremely grand and majestic. It was also paved with golden stone slabs to form a wide road. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of guests. Xiao Yan's body moved and his feet landed. His vigorous body had already landed on this golden road. The moment Xiao Yan's body landed, suddenly, an ancient aura filled with vicissitudes emanated from the golden stone slabs under Xiao Yan's feet. In an invisible manner, there was an extremely powerful pressure that descended on Xiao Yan's head. Although the pressure only lasted for a short moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe couldn't help but instantly become aghast. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel reverence for the owner of this ruin. Just how powerful was this person to be able to leave behind such a terrifying pressure in the ruin after so many years after his death? Immediately, Xiao Yan, who had regained his senses, no longer dragged his feet. His body moved and he leaped towards the magnificent hall in front of him. After a short while, Xiao Yan's figure finally arrived in front of the hall. At this very moment, there were already many people gathered outside the hall. Although Xiao Yan wasn't considered late, he definitely wasn't early either. Chapter 662. The interior of this large hall was extremely spacious. A person standing within it was just like an ant. At this moment, there were already quite a number of human figures standing in a disorderly manner within the large hall. These people were all elite Dodi. They were all people who were renowned in the outside world. However, within this remains, the strength of a Dodi was so common that it was as common as a passerby. There were at least dozens of elite Dodi present, if not over 100. However, at this moment, all of them were carefully looking at each other. Indifference was written all over their faces. It was as though they were placing others at a distance of 1,000 miles. Xiao Yan was non-committal with regards to this point. He had seen such an expression many times during these few days. Following Xiao Yan's entrance, the gazes of everyone within the large hall involuntarily turned over. The caution in their eyes did not decrease. On the contrary, an enmity surged within them. At this moment, every additional person present basically meant that the chances of them obtaining the treasure would be reduced. Hence, they naturally did not wish to see anyone else. Coincidentally, following Xiao Yan's entrance, quite a number of elite Dodi entered the large hall one after another. During this period of time, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to reveal surprise in his eyes was that he actually saw the 3 black-robed brothers who had fought a big battle a couple of days ago. Xiao Yan was surprised in his heart. It was unexpected that they were actually still able to arrive at this place despite being injured to such an extent. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Yan understood in his heart. After all, there were 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills. After refining all of them, it was naturally sufficient for them to arrive at this place. Naturally, only Xiao Yan recognized the other party when both parties met. After all, under the cover of the black robe, forget about these 3 1-star Dodi. Even a 3-star Dodi like Bai Ying would be unable to discover Xiao Yan's true identity. After which, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked toward the deepest part of the large hall among the scattered people. From the impatient expressions that were revealed on everyone's faces, it seemed that they were waiting for something. This was something that Xiao Yan was curious about in his heart at this moment. A couple of minutes later, Xiao Yan's figure arrived at the deepest part of the large hall. At this place, Xiao Yan saw the members of the 4 great clans from a distance. At a glance, he saw that the members of the Hua clan were surprisingly standing on the empty ground on the right side of the square. The leader of the Hua clan was naturally Hua Ba. The black-robed Hua Tianyi was seated by the side with his eyes closed. Behind the 2 of them was a group of members of the Hua clan. Moreover, from their relaxed manner, it seemed that not a single member of the Hua clan was missing during this trip. Xiao Yan saw the members of the Bai clan on the left side of the large hall. His eyes followed and looked over. The leader, Bai Ying, seemed to have sensed something when Xiao Yan's gaze shot over. Their gazes had just made contact when Xiao Yan's gaze was shot over before they quickly turned away. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's dark black eyes narrowed slightly. Light flowed deep within them. Humph humph. Although Bai Ying's expression didn't change at all, he chuckled in his heart as if he had expected this. Immediately after, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. He did not see the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan, in the Bai clan. Could it be that he really did not enter the ruins? With this trace of doubt in his heart, Xiao Yan's gaze once again turned. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the members of the Sun clan. However, compared to the previous 2 clans, the atmosphere in the area where the members of the Sun clan were at was exceptionally solemn and oppressive. It was so oppressive that one would find it difficult to breathe upon seeing it. Oh! Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel puzzled. His gaze continued to shift, only to be surprised to discover that he did not see Sun Hanqi's figure in this group. Xiao Yan felt extremely surprised in his heart when he sensed this. During the battle back then, the Northern King might have seriously injured Sun Hanqi, but Sun Hanqi had clearly escaped alive in the end. However, looking at the appearance of the members of the Sun clan, it seemed that something had happened to Sun Hanqi. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart. Although he did not have a good impression of the members of the 4 great clans, Sun Hanqi was after all an elite Dodi. As long as he did not die, even if he ended up seriously injured, an ordinary bandit would not have the ability to kill him. Even if he was an elite Dodi, given his status, an ordinary person would not dare to kill him. After all, the Sun clan was one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. Its strength was not something to be looked at, Daring to kill the young master of the Sun Clan was equivalent to pushing oneself onto the path of death. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Since this was the case, why did Sun Hanshi die? Soon after, Xiao Yan's gaze noticed an empty space on the other side. The doubt in his heart was greatly reduced. It seemed that the true murderer of Sun Hanshi had been found. Could it be the Zhua clan? Xiao Yan could not help but let out a doubtful voice in his heart. After all, from the looks of the current situation, the Sun clan clearly did not suspect the Hua clan or the Bai clan for the result of this matter. From the looks of it, even Sun Shua's heart had also pushed the final result onto the Zhua clan. After all, if one were to look at the order of entering the remains, the Zhua clan was indeed the last to enter the remains. Moreover, from the positions of the three clans, it seemed that the Bai clan had arrived earlier than the Sun clan. Just from this, one could almost be certain that Sun Hanshi had definitely died in the hands of the Zhua clan. However, in this way, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief in his heart. Back then, he had let Sun Hanshi escape. His heart was filled with regret. However, since the Zhua clan had taken care of his funeral, Xiao Yan naturally did not have any worries in his heart. On the contrary, he might even be able to see this group of people kill each other. To Xiao Yan, this could be considered a good show. Cuckoo! I really like to be a fisherman. Smiling in his heart, Xiao Yan slowly extended his right hand and gently pulled the doping on his head. Immediately, his body twisted and he slowly walked toward an empty space beside the large hall where there were few people. At this moment, another powerful aura slowly stepped in from outside the large hall. Before they even got close, Xiao Yan could already feel the terrifying aura from this group of people. Compared to the three clans in front of him, this group of people was undoubtedly much more powerful. The people who had just arrived were the Zhua clan's group. It was also at this moment that Sun Shua, who had been sitting cross-legged without moving in the depths of the hall, suddenly opened his scarlet red eyes that were filled with rage and overflowing with killing intent, and he instantly stared at the group of people that were walking slowly towards him. Chapter 663. Zhua Lin. A hoarse low roar was furiously emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. At this moment, everyone present could clearly sense that the space within the large hall was actually trembling slightly. The crazy killing intent was just like an invisible giant beast that stood within the large hall. Immediately, the large hall was filled with a dense smell of gunpowder. A deep solemnness swiftly surged onto the faces of everyone present. Soon after, everyone within the large hall leaped and withdrew to the sides. At the same time, the expressions of the Zhua clan members, who had just entered the large hall, swiftly changed. They could clearly sense that the killing intent was directed at them. At the front of the Zhua clan, the leader, Zhua Bentang, and Zhua Lin by the side involuntarily frowned. The two of them exchanged glances. Soon after, their eyes were filled with suspicion as they looked at Sun Shua. Zhua Lin frowned tightly. This crazy killing intent that had suddenly appeared in front of him was something that even he had difficulty understanding. Logically speaking, the clan present with the worst relationship with the Sun clan should be the Bai clan. Why would this lunatic in front of him suddenly target his Zhua clan? Sun Shua, what are you planning to do? Zhua Bentang, who was beside Zhua Lin, also frowned tightly. The suspicion in his heart was not any less than Zhua Lin's. What am I planning to do? Don't tell me that all of you still do not understand what I am planning to do. Zhua Bentang's cry caused the fury in Sun Shua's heart to instantly erupt. He waved his large hand and viscous do qi immediately surged out of his body. Soon after, Sun Shua's feet violently stomped on the ground. The golden glass floor instantly burst apart and Sun Shua's body shot forward like a cannonball. In the next moment, he had already appeared above Zhua Lin's head. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Viscous do qi covered them as a fist violently smashed furiously toward Zhua Lin's head. From the looks of it, he was intending to take Zhua Lin's life with a single punch. Sun Shua, are you crazy? Sun Shua's sudden attack caused Zhua Bentang's heart to be greatly startled. At this moment, he did not dare to hesitate even a little. His shriveled body swiftly moved to the side. At the same time, he twisted his right wrist and violently swung it toward the incoming Sun Shua. Boom! Everyone from the Zhua clan staggered back after the attack landed. Frightening Douqi ripples raged within the large hall. Sun Shuo stood in the middle of the storm. Soon after, he once again crazily attacked the members of the Zhua clan. Whoosh! The appearance of this scene caused an uproar to immediately ring out in the square at this moment. He had single-handedly repelled so many people from the Zhua clan with a single blow. Even the spectators could not help but feel aghast when they saw such a terrifying scene. Bastard! Sun Shuo, have you really gone mad? How dare you attack my Zhua family here? The expression on Zhua Bentang's old face suddenly became ice-cold when he saw that Sun Shuo was actually going all out to furiously attack his group. At the same time, his heart also felt incomparably solemn. Although Sun Shuo was also a 3-star Dodi, the gap between the two of them had already become clear after the collision earlier. Being the head of a clan, Sun Shuo's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Even if it was a normal situation, Xiao Yan might not be a match for him. Moreover, Sun Shuo was currently in a furious state. The strength that he could unleash under this kind of condition was many times greater than usual. If Sun Shuo was allowed to continue in this manner, it was likely that Xiao Yan's group would suffer greatly. However, Sun Shuo was currently unable to listen to anything. Regardless of what Zhua Bentang said, this fellow would only turn a deaf ear. He would turn all of Zhua Bentang's words into a furious eruption. At this moment, it was likely that Zhua Bentang must first find the reason for this battle that he did not know the reason for. You should stop him first. I will think of a way to make this fellow stop. Remember, try not to use your true strength. Now is still not the time. At such a critical moment, Zhua Lin, being the heir of the Zhua clan, was the most sensible one. He immediately thought of a countermeasure. Zhua Bentang immediately nodded heavily when Zhua Lin's words were uttered. He immediately turned his gaze and looked at Sun Shuo, who had once again shot over. His feet violently stomped on the ground and his skinny body shot out like an arrow that had left the bow. In an instant, he tore through the empty space and violently collided with Sun Shuo, who was shooting over. Immediately, Douqi shot out in the air within the large hall. A frightening remnant force continued to sweep over, causing the entire large hall to tremble slightly. At the same time, Zhua Lin also turned his gaze. His toes repeatedly pressed on the ground a couple of times. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the group of people from the Sun clan. Zhua Lin, who had suddenly appeared, had clearly caused this group of younger generation members of the Sun clan to feel extremely terrified in their hearts. However, Zhua Lin clearly did not have any intention of killing them. Instead, a thought passed through his heart and a majestic aura spread out, pressing on the heads of this group of people from the Sun clan. After giving this group of people sufficient pressure, Zhua Lin's tone was indifferent as he slowly asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did Sun Shuo attack my Zhua clan?" The group of Sun clan members involuntarily sighed in relief when these words were uttered. They involuntarily rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhua Lin in front of them did not have any intention of killing them. "Humph, you have killed our first young master. Don't tell me that you need us to explain something that you have done?" Even though this was the case, this group of people did not lack some people with backbone. Immediately, a cold snort was emitted, and Zhua Lin immediately understood in his heart. No wonder he had felt that something was amiss since earlier. There seemed to be something missing from the Sun clan. If this person had not mentioned it, it was likely that he would have forgotten. Sun Hanshi, the first young master of the Sun clan, had just broken through a couple of months ago and successfully advanced to the elite Dodi class. Such a person might have some impression in the hearts of the other people present, but Zhua Lin's heart was completely uninterested. If this group of people in front of him had not mentioned it, he would not have even thought of this point. "Oh, Sun Hanshi ha. If he is dead, so be it. What does it have to do with my Zhua clan?" Zhua Lin softly muttered in his mouth. Soon after, Zhua Lin involuntarily frowned. Indeed, even if Sun Hanshi was dead, what right did Sun Shuo have to immediately point the spearhead at his Zhua clan? With his Zhua clan's position, there was no need for him to kill someone whose strength had just broken through to the Dodi class. Zhuolin's delicate and handsome face involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes slowly swept over the place. Finally, for some unknown reason, they actually paused on Bai Ying. Could it be him?